Okay, so before talking about AWS, let us talk about cloud computing.
Okay.
So do you have any doubt on it? Do you have, I mean,
Questions? Yes, I have a whole lot of questions, and I'm actually kind of glad that it's just the two of us, because that means that I can ask as many questions as I want.
yeah.
Yeah, I
So
do
how
have
will you
questions.
define cloud computing?
I'm sorry?
How will you define cloud computing? Do you have any idea about cloud computing? What is cloud computing and all?
Well, it's a storage that's basically not on like a hard, I don't know how to explain it, but it's more like using internet access as opposed to being on a server. No?
Yes, exactly. Or we can define cloud computing not only storage, or we can define cloud computing as sharing of hardware or software resources
Okay.
virtually. So
Okay.
we are going
Yes.
to see why we are calling it virtually, or why we are saying sharing of hardware or software resources. Okay.
Yes.
So first, let us talk about what is the need of cloud computing and what used to be before cloud computing. So the
Okay.
need of cloud computing is, let's say you're working in a company and that company wants to host a website.
Uh-huh.
So how they can host a website?
Well, before, as far as I know, you would go to somebody else who had like for example, if I wanted to like I've started a website, and then I would go through, say, Wix, because they have the ability to host the website.
Okay. Okay. Actually, yeah. So can you tell me about something about yourself, like your background, like how many years of experience you have, and in what domain you are working right now? So that will actually help me to guide you throughout the session.
Okay, so in all transparency, I don't have any experience cloud computing. I have created, my background is not in IT. My background is in analysis. And so I'm trying to change careers. And so that's why I'm taking this AWS course.
I
So I
see.
have
So
I have a general understanding of what cloud computing is, but and I know different hardwares and softwares that that I've used, but this is brand new to me. So, but I'm a quick learner, so it's not like you're going to be here pulling your hair out. So
yeah, that is good.
I mean, I've watched the video. I've watched on YouTube, like AWS, like there's a 10-hour video showing what AWS architecture is, but I don't understand like the fundament. Like I need to understand it in basic language, the fundamentals, and then I'd be able to pick it up, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, so first let us talk about what used to be cloud before cloud computing, and what is cloud computing, and why we need cloud computing.
Okay.
Let's say you're working in a company and they want to host their website, or let's say they have developed an application and they want to host it on the, they want to host it.
Uh-huh.
Now to host it, so they need a server. Do you have any idea about what is a server?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. What it is? What is it?
Well, I know what it is, but I don't know how to describe it to you.
Okay. Then on hardware we have operating system. Just assume server as your laptop or your desktop. We can
Yeah,
also call
so
our laptop or our desktop as a server.
Okay.
The special feature of server is it is 24/7 running. Unlike our laptop or our desktop, like we just use for when we want to use it. Okay, we do not keep our laptop or our desktop 24/7 running.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas a server is 24/7 up and running. Plus, it is serving an application, or it is serving an service. That's why we call it as a server.
Okay.
Okay. So we have a hardware. Okay. Here we are calling hardware as a, we can say, a server. What is hardware? Hardware will be your motherboard, your processors, your RAM. Okay.
Okay.
And on top of that, we have the operating system. Operating
Okay.
system like, are you familiar with Linux or Windows operating systems?
The next star?
I mean Linux or Windows operating systems?
Yeah, I'm familiar. Windows, and my operating system is Mac.
I see. So let's say on the hardware we have installed Windows operating system, and on top of that we have installed a software,
Okay.
or we can say server software.
Okay, so that's like if I wanted to use, say, Microsoft or something.
Yes, server software, it actually means if you see right now you have the same configuration. Let's say you have a laptop.
Mm-hmm.
Laptop is just your hardware,
Yeah,
and on your laptop you have an operating system. You have, let's say, Mac operating system,
right.
and on top of that you would be installing a server software. Okay, let's say for hosting a website we have a software called MAMP. Okay, MAMP is a software which is used in Mac operating system. Let me show you.
Okay.
Yeah, this is for Mac operating systems, and this is basically used for set up a web server in Mac operating systems.
Okay.
So let's say you have installed a server software. Okay, let's say MAMP, and let's say if you are using a Linux operating system, so Apache web server, and
Okay,
if
I
you
know.
are using, yeah, if you are using Windows operating system, then IIS web server.
Okay. So just to recap, the hardware is the server.
Mhm.
The operating system is Linux or Windows or Mac,
Exactly.
and then the server software is MAMP or Apache or IIS.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
And on this server software, we are going to post our application code.
Okay. So we are going to create application codes.
Application code actually will be provided by the developer.
Okay.
Okay, so what is our goal or what is our job? Our job is just to host or deploy the servers.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Now we have deployed a website. Now we want to expose this website over the internet.
Okay.
Okay. Right now, just assume you have installed MAMP server in your Mac machine, and you have a website running in your Mac machine. Now you want to expose it over the internet. You want to make that site live.
Okay.
Okay, live like Google.com, Amazon.com. Okay, do
Right.
you know how we can make it live?
No.
Okay, to make it live, we need a public IP address.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we need a public IP address.
Okay.
And how we get a public IP address?
I would go to another website like GoDaddy or
Yeah,
something.
public IP basically we'll get using a router.
A router.
Yeah, router is a hardware device,
Okay.
and we have a switch. Are you aware about switch?
No.
Switch is also a networking device which is used to connect multiple computers together.
Okay.
So let's say we have one storage server. In storage server also we have hardware, operating system, and storage server software.
Okay. Oh, this is making sense to me now because it didn't make any sense to me before. So,
Okay. So the server, the hardware, the operating system, and the server software. Uh, like if we see NFS, have you heard about NFS?
no.
These are basically server softwares. Like Apache is a server software, or IIS is a server software which is basically used to host a web application or a website. Same way, NFS and SMB server are used to set a storage server. Okay,
Okay.
and why we use a storage server? To store the data. Okay,
So,
store the data like let's say uh, this server is hosting facebook.com, and when we create account on Facebook we upload our profile image. Okay, or let's say if we have a Facebook account, so we upload images, we upload videos. Okay, so those things are stored on a dedicated server, which is basically a storage server, which is dedicated for storing the user data.
okay. Gotcha.
So we have one app server, which is hosting our web application, and we have one storage server.
Okay. Okay. I got it now. Okay. Before you continue on, this little diagram that you're making right now, can you save that for me when you're done?
Yeah, sure. Also, you will get the recorded session. So yeah, no worries with
Okay. Because now it's making sense to me.
that. Okay. So and switch is used for connecting multiple computers. Okay, like this is one server and this is one server. So if you want to connect those two systems, so we need a switch. Okay.
Okay.
Like let's say you have three laptops and you want, or let's say you have two laptops and you want to connect those laptops together.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so for that we need a switch. We need a switch and we need a LAN cable.
Okay.
Do you know about LAN cable?
Yes.
LAN cable, or it is also called Ethernet cable.
Okay. Oh, Ethernet. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like something like this. Yeah, like this.
Yeah. Yep. It connects to my router on my internet. Wall.
Yeah. Okay. And we need a dedicated room or a space where we'll be keeping all these resources, like the servers, the networking devices, and the routers. Okay.
Okay.
Now this is hosting our application. And if you take an example of google.com or amazon.com, those sites are 24/7 running, right? Those sites
Yeah.
are 24/7 up.
Yeah.
Now let's say if we keep our, just assume this as your laptop. Let's say this is your Mac laptop. And let's say you are keeping your machine, Mac laptop up for 24 hours. So
Uh-huh.
it will start heating up. And a time will come that after 12 hours or after 24 hours, it will automatically shut down or automatically reboot due
Okay.
to heating. Okay. So for that, what we need a air conditioner for coolant. We
Yeah.
will need a air conditioner or any coolant we will require to keep the room cool.
Cool. Right.
Plus, let's say we need power also. Like we need, our laptop must be charged 24/7. Okay, it must be charged. If it is not charged, then it will, after some times it will automatically get switched off. And if gets switched off, the application will down,
Yeah.
right? We have to make sure there is 24/7 power supply.
Okay.
Okay. Now let's say if there is a power cut. If there is a power cut, then also my servers will get down,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So for that, we need a generator.
Right.
A generator or UPS. So which will ensure that the, like, in case of power cut or in case of power failure, there will be power supply, so that our servers will be up and running and all the devices here will be up and running.
Okay.
So these are the resources which are required to host a website or a web application on the internet. These
Okay.
are the minimum resources required,
Okay.
which have servers, which have switches, which have networking routers. These basically comes under networking devices like switches, routers. Okay,
Okay.
we need a dedicated room, a dedicated space where we will be keeping these servers, switches, router, air conditioner 24/7 up and running,
Okay.
UPS generator. We need a dedicated room for that.
Okay.
Okay. So uh, this architecture or these resources are basically, or we can say the whole architecture is called a data center. Do you know what is a data center?
Yes.
Yeah, can you define data center?
Well, the data center is where you store all of the hardware. It's kind of like, this is why I don't have the language for it, but it's where you store all of the servers, the routers, um, in one central location, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, so in a data center, we have all the resources which are required to host the application. We have all the resources which are required to host the application, which includes server, storage servers, switches, routers, coolants, UPS generators. Okay. Right now we have just taken an example of 2 servers. Okay, but inside a data center we have thousands of servers.
Mm.
Okay, depending on our needs or depending upon the customer's needs, we have multiple servers.
Okay.
So this is basically called a data center. So earlier, before cloud, company used to manage this infrastructure, where they used to have a server, switch, router. They used to manage the coolant and generators, okay, to host their application before
Okay.
cloud.
Okay.
And this data center these days is also called on-prem data center. On-prem or traditional data center.
So that's like on premises.
Yeah, on
Okay.
premises, where the company is
At a
located.
physical location.
Exactly, where the
Okay.
company is located. So
Okay.
data center has the servers, the storage devices, the networking devices. Okay, many people have a misconception that data center is where we just store our data.
Yeah.
Okay. But data center is like, it has all the resources. The right way to define a data center is, we can say, like, it has all the resources which are required to host the application.
And an
Okay, let's say,
and an
yeah,
app and an application is basically any website.
yeah, website or any web application. Yeah,
Okay.
website, we can take an example of Amazon.com as well.
Right.
So this used to be before cloud computing. We used to have a data center where we used to uh, have all the resources which are required to host the application.
Uh-huh.
Now let's say my company is located in US,
Uh-huh.
and my company has customers all over the globe.
Like Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, they have customers all over the globe.
Right.
Okay, so let's say my company has deployed the application in USA. So they
Uh-huh.
what they did that they have deployed a data center like this in USA. Now my company has customers all over the world. So they have hosted the application, let's say example.com.
Okay.
Now they have customers all over the globe. Let's say they have a customer in Australia. Now, when the user is trying to connect with the application, which is hosted on example.com or the site which is hosted on example.com,
Mhm.
so his connection request will go to the server which is in USA, okay, which is hosted in USA data center,
Okay.
right? Now, there will be the issue of response time.
Right.
There will be issue of response time, which is basically called latency.
Okay.
Are you familiar with latency?
I would just assume that it means that, because it's far away, the connection might be, the response will be a little bit slower.
Yeah, exactly. The response time.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's say this is just taken. Let us take an example of Amazon.com,
Uh-huh.
and let's say the website is hosted in USA only.
Okay.
Okay. Now someone in Australia is trying to access Amazon.com, and the site is taking like 4, 5 seconds or 10 seconds to load. Okay, due to the latency, because the server is located in a different geographic locations. Okay, it is located over the seas. Okay. So it will take some time to respond. It will take like 5 or 10 seconds to respond. And if it takes 5, 10 seconds to respond or to load the site, that will lead to a bad user experience.
Right.
Okay. Like even us, when we open any website and if it taking like 2, 3 seconds or 4 seconds to load, so we
Mhm.
switch back and we start looking some other website, right? Now,
Yeah.
if it is a website like Amazon.com, which is selling products, and if it is taking like 8, 10 seconds to load the site, and if the customer uh, is like going back and switching to other site, so that there is a business loss. Okay,
Right.
that will lead to a business loss.
Right.
Now, to overcome this, what Amazon can do, they have to deploy the data center in the place where the customer is located.
Okay.
Okay, now to solve this problem of latency, so what did Amazon did? They deployed a data center in Australia where the customer is located. Now let's say they have some customers in Dubai, and the customers in Dubai also want to connect to Amazon.com.
Uh-huh.
So it will be connecting either to USA server or Australia server. Okay,
Right.
and in that case also there will be a latency problem.
Okay.
So in that case, again, Amazon will deploy a data center in Dubai, same in UK, same in Cape Town, same in Brazil, where their customers are located.
Okay.
And let's say the customers in Dubai, their request will go to the data center which is in Dubai. Customers in Australia, their request will go to the data center in Australia. Customers in Brazil, their request will go to the data center in Brazil.
Okay.
So through this, we will be able to minimize the latency, okay, which will uh, indirectly affect in good customer experience.
Right.
So for that, we have to deploy data centers all over the world based on where our customers are located.
Right. 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 Okay.
And if we talk about deploying a single data center, right now we took a very small example. We
Right.
took only 2 servers. If we see how a data center looks like, so inside a data center, we have server racks.
Right. Okay.
And in these server racks, servers are mounted.
Yeah. Okay. I've seen that.
There are servers which are mounted. We have switches. we have routers, okay, we have switches, we have routers, we have storage servers, we have identity servers.
What's an identity server?
Identity server basically provides authentication.
Authentication?
Yes, authentication, like when the user is trying to log into the server, or when the user is trying to log into, let's say, let's take an example of GoDaddy.com or Facebook.com. So when we have to log into Facebook.com, we have to provide a username and password. And after
Okay.
that, basically, we are able to log in. So those
Okay.
things are basically managed by an identity server.
Okay.
We have storage server for storing data. We have database servers. There are basically lots of resources which are inside a data center. And
Okay.
even this is a very small example of a data center. Like we took an example of 2 server racks. There are like 100, 200 server racks inside a data center.
Okay.
And it is located in a very big space, very big geographic location. It is not like a small room.
Okay.
And to deploy this data center, it is very expensive to deploy the data center.
Yeah.
It costs like millions of dollars.
Because it requires power.
It requires powers, it requires lots of resources, it requires 24/7 uptime. Okay, there are lots of things which we have to take care.
Okay.
Okay, if we see this data center, so here we have to manage the resources. We have to manage the air conditioner, we have to manage the servers, we have to manage the UPS, all the things we have to manage.
Yeah.
Okay, plus you have to manage the security, okay, that no one can enter the data center. All those things you have to manage.
Right.
Another problem in data center is that we cannot easily scale up. Scale up, it means, let's say I have 2 customers, so I have 2 servers.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's say tomorrow I will have, let's say I have 100 customers. Now I need 100 servers for those customers.
Yeah.
Let's say I'm a hosting company like GoDaddy.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say I have 100 new customers. So I need 100 servers for hosting their websites. Okay. And at the moment I have only 2 servers. So then what I have to do? I have to purchase 100 servers, and then I have to mount it on the server racks, install the operating system, set it up, and then I will be deploying the customer's application or their customer's website,
Mm-hmm.
right? So it will be a very time-consuming process. Let's
Yeah.
say I need to deploy 100 servers in my data center. So first I will be placing an order, and that will be taking like for the company or the vendor to deliver the servers. It might take a week or maybe 15 days or maybe a month to deliver the servers, and then I have to mount that servers in the racks. So that require manpower.
Right.
Okay, that require manpower, that requires uh, experts who are like to have the knowledge of deploying the servers and installing the operating system, deploying the application. Okay, those things are required.
Okay.
Okay, so in data center, or we can say in on premises or in traditional data center, it is difficult to scale up.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, means let's say we need like 100 servers, so it is going to take like a lot of time. And let's say I have 100 customers and they want to host their website for 6 months. So
Uh-huh.
let's say I have purchased 100 servers, and after that 6 months they are no longer going to host the websites on my servers.
Yeah.
Then those 100 servers will be of no use for me, right? So in traditional data centers, it is difficult to scale up and scale down.
Okay.
Okay,
Because
this
are
is,
they I'm sorry, are they dedicated servers to
yeah, dedicated server, dedicated physical servers.
yes, so does that mean that they're not transferable?
Uh,
Meaning like
Transferable
you
means,
said, because you said like if if someone wanted to host an application on your server,
Mm-hmm.
and then 6 months down the line, the server is not needed anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So does that
Yeah,
mean?
just. Mm-hmm.
So does that mean like you can't like say if I had a server for Amazon and they wanted to like use it for 6 months, um, after the 6 months, that server is no longer useful?
Yes. No, no, no. That server will be useful, but let's say the customer doesn't want to host the website.
Okay.
The customer just wanted to test some application. Okay, and the customer just wanted to host the website for just for 6 months, or let's assume just for a year.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, his let's say his business is not going, or they don't want to host the website any longer.
Mm-hmm.
So in that case, we cannot scale down the servers because we have already purchased those servers.
Okay.
Okay, if we yeah, we cannot scale those servers now. Scale
Okay.
down those servers.
Because I already have them. So now I have to find a new, or I have to
Customers. Yeah,
now allow someone else to host on my server.
exactly.
Okay.
And
And
there are chances we can get, and there are chances that we cannot get the uh, customers. Okay, depending on the market, right?
yeah.
So in traditional data center, there is a problem of scaling up, scaling down. Okay, we just saw one problem, which was of scaling up and scaling down.
Right.
And another problem of traditional data center is depending on our customer location, we have to migrate the, I mean, depending on the customer location, we have to deploy the data centers all over the globe. Okay,
Right.
depending on where the customers are located. Or there is a disadvantages, or we can say an issue which is of latency.
Latency. Okay.
Okay, which basically affects the customer experience on
Right.
the application.
Mm-hmm.
Now for that, the company has to deploy the data centers all over the globe, all over the world, depending on the customer's location. If we take an example of Amazon.com,
Mm-hmm.
they can do that because they have the revenue, they have the budget actually to host
Right.
the data center all over the globe. But
Right.
if we talk about small companies like small startups, which the companies which are just starting up, okay, they are just starting up their business.
Yeah.
So it is actually very difficult for them to deploy a single data center.
Right.
And for deploying the data center all over the globe, it's like millions of dollars.
Okay.
So this is another problem of data centers. Okay, like we cannot deploy the data centers all over the globe.
Okay.
So these were the three problems which companies used to face before cloud computing, which was they were not able to scale up and scale down. Another problem was of latency because the data centers were not located in the geographic locations where the customers are located.
Right.
Third problem was they cannot deploy the data centers because it is very expensive and it is actually very time consuming.
Yeah.
Let's say I want to deploy a data center, it will take like 6 months to a year to deploy a single data center.
Okay.
Now, cloud computing basically solved this problem, which
Okay.
the problem was of data center. So in cloud computing, all over the globe, basically we have data centers. Cloud computing is nothing but data centers.
Yeah.
So in cloud, basically the data centers are deployed all over the globe.
Okay.
The cloud provider basically deploys the data center all over the globe. So we don't have to deploy the data center. What we have to do, we have to just use that data center to host our application. So now let's say the same company, let's say they want to host the application now. So what they can do is they can use cloud platform like AWS or Azure or Google Cloud Platform,
Uh-huh.
and in those platforms they will find data centers near to their customers and uh, near to their geographic location where they are located.
Mm-hmm.
Now they want to host a website, and what is required to host a website? We need network, we need we need a server, we need the operating system. Okay, those resources we need.
Mm-hmm.
So what we can do is we can deploy the data center in, I mean the server in one region. Okay, one region, it means one geographic location, let's say in US. Now
Okay.
my customers are located all over the globe. So the same application I can deploy on other data centers, which are provided by AWS or which are provided by the cloud provider.
Okay, but okay. So how were they able to, how did they get this? How did Amazon create this ability?
Amazon has basically deployed the data centers. If we see the data centers of AWS,
Yeah. So because they have the infrastructure, they're able to do this.
yes, they have already deployed the data centers. They have already, if we see, this is the global infrastructure of AWS. So
Right?
they have deployed over 77 data centers all over the globe.
Okay, so that's what availability zone means. Data center.
Yes. Yeah, and 24 geographic locations. And 24 geographic locations all over the world, they have deployed 77 data centers. So in US, they have like a region which is Virginia, which was the first data center, the first region of AWS, where they have 6 data centers. Okay,
Okay.
so what is a region? Region is just a geographic location where we have data centers. So in Virginia, they have 6 data centers.
Mhm.
In Ohio, they have 3 data centers. In Oregon, they have 4 data centers. Northern California, 3 data centers. Similarly, all over the globe, they have data centers.
Uh-huh.
Now, depending on my customer's location, I can use any of these data centers to host my application.
And so are these data centers the same? They have the same setup?
Yeah, they have the same setup. They are identical to each other.
Yeah, I mean, as what you were drawing before, like the hardwares and all that.
Yeah, exactly. They have the same architecture we have in all the data centers. What
Okay.
does data center have? Data center just have the hardware resources,
Okay.
right? And in cloud, what we are going to do is we are going to use those resources which are stored inside that data center virtually.
Mhm.
Okay, let's say we are sitting in Virginia and we want to deploy a server in Australia. So
Mhm.
we'll be connecting to that data center and we will be deploying a server in that region.
Mhm.
Okay, and this all thing we are going to do virtually or remotely. Okay, we don't have to go to Australia, then go to that data center and then host the application. We don't have to uh, go to that physical location. We can do that virtually or remotely.
Okay.
So cloud solved this problem. Actually, cloud solved most of the problems, which is of scaling up, scaling down, latency problem. Plus, it also solved the problem of data center deployment all over the globe. Because if we see, this is an example of only AWS. If we talk about any other cloud platform, they have data centers all over the globe. If we see Azure, yeah, they have over 60 plus regions and they have more data centers as compared to AWS. They have total more than 150 data centers all over the world. Yeah.
Okay.
So they also have data centers. All any cloud platform if we talk about, they have data centers all over the globe. Why we call it as cloud computing, or we can say why we are calling it as cloud, because if we see, cloud is everywhere. Okay, if we see the cloud which is in sky, it is everywhere. So similarly, these data centers are located everywhere in the world. Okay, that's why we call it as cloud. Why we are cloud calling it as computing? Because it has all the compute resources. Compute resources like network, servers, storage servers, identity servers, all the network infrastructure, right?
Okay.
Now, if you notice here one thing, like if we see all these data centers, all these regions are located at the coastal areas, okay, near the seas.
Yeah.
If we see AWS data centers also, they are located over the seas, near
Why is
to the
that?
seas. Mhm.
Okay.
So what do you think?
By the sea. Oh, so you can for the underwater cables?
Exactly.
Okay.
So these all data centers are connected through the, we can call that underwater cable as a submarine cable.
How is that even possible? Like, so for example, okay, and this may be dumb questions, but yes, thank you for pulling that up because I'm like, how is that possible that a a cable? I mean, can a cable extend from Africa to South America?
Yes. Let me show you one
Wow,
diagram of that.
I didn't even know that we had that. That's crazy.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
yeah. This is the cable basically, which is underwater. It looks like a
Wow.
snake.
Cables connect all the way underneath the ocean?
Yeah, actually, through this, actually, our internet is working. Right now, we are also connected through these cables.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Internet is possible because of this submarine cable. If there is no cable, internet is not possible.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
And so that's how it's able to cloud compute. Okay.
yeah.
And that's why you don't actually, because we use these cables now, we don't actually have to go to a physical location to create a data center.
Exactly.
Okay.
We are accessing it over the internet.
Over the
We are
internet
accessing it over the internet.
using these cables. Wow, this is like, I didn't know that we do this.
Yeah, even right now we are connected. We are also connected through the cables itself, the submarine cables. Yeah. So right now, let's say you are connected. You might be connected through a Wi-Fi. I'm also connected through a Wi-Fi, and that Wi-Fi is actually connected to a ISP. What is ISP? ISP is a internet service provider, and
Okay.
that connection is also underground.
Oh,
Right?
okay.
That is also underground to the ISP. And through the ISP is basically located at the sea areas.
Hmm.
And ISP is actually connected with this submarine cables.
Okay.
Yeah. That's how basically our internet works.
Oh, all this time I had no idea. I had no idea. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is how
Wow.
basically it is set up.
So this is what submarines do, huh? All this time I thought submarines were just for like military purposes.
Yeah.
But they lay cables down.
Yes, exactly.
Wow. Part of my ignorance. Now I'm getting excited. I feel like now a whole new world just opened up. Now I totally get it. Oh wow.
yeah, so so that's the reason all these regions or all that these data centers are located near the seas, and they
Okay.
are connected to that submarine cable. All these
Okay.
data centers are connected,
Okay.
which actually minimizes the latency, okay, between these data centers.
Right. Right. Okay.
Okay, so in cloud, the data centers are actually hosted by the cloud provider, hosted and managed by the cloud provider. In this case, the one which we saw, the traditional data center,
And when you say cloud provider, you mean internet provider?
not internet provider, cloud provider, it means the data center provider.
Okay.
We can also call, earlier we were calling this as an on-prem or traditional data center. We can also call it as a cloud data center.
Okay.
In, in on-premise data center or in the traditional data center, we have to manage the infrastructure. We have to manage the infrastructure. We have to manage the data center. But if we talk about the cloud data center, everything is managed by the cloud provider. We don't have to manage the server. We don't have to manage any of these resources. Everything is managed by the cloud provider.
And there's a limited amount of cloud providers. So like you said, we have Amazon, we have Azure, and then I forget the other ones, but those are cloud providers. But any company can have a data center, but every company doesn't have a cloud provider.
Yes.
Okay.
But if we talk about cloud providers such as AWS, Azure, or GCP, they have already deployed these data centers, and these data centers are managed by them. Okay,
Okay.
what we are doing, we are cloud consumers, and we are just using the resources which are in the cloud. Resources like the servers, the switches, the router, all the resources which are actually required to host our application. Right?
Okay.
Overall, what is the goal? The goal is to host the application.
Right.
Right?
And so
Okay.
just to kind of like talk it out in my, basic language, data centers can be anywhere in the world. They can be
Yes,
like
cloud data center. That
cloud data centers can be anywhere in the world. So,
yes,
but data centers are not on the regular data centers are not on the out like on the I'm talking about just for the average company. Regular data centers can be inland, right? Because they're actual hardware that you have to put together and requires manpower and all that.
yes,
But cloud data centers have to be, well, they're on the coastal regions because they connect to the underwater sea cables that allow that connectivity so that, there are no latency issues.
yes, exactly.
Okay. Okay. So this is why this infrastructure is so powerful and important.
Mhm. Yeah, now let us see how we can use these data centers. Now
Okay.
let's say my company wants to host the application. So rather than deploying a data center, like to host the application we saw, we have to deploy a data center, which will be having these resources. And if we talk about having these resources, so it's a very expensive. It is very expensive to deploy a data center
Right.
because we need all these resources and all those things.
Right.
So what the company can do, they can sign up a AWS account, and that through that account, they can access all these data centers.
Right.
They can access all these data center plus they can create the resources they require in any of these data center based on their customer's location.
Okay.
Now let us see how we can create a AWS account.
Okay.
So we have to go to this site aws.amazon.com.
Yeah.
If you're following, I can send you the link on the chat.
I have an AWS account.
Oh,
I just don't know how to use it. Uh,
okay, just to give you an idea, I think like when you set up the account, I mean, when did you set up the account?
when did I use it?
Yeah, I mean, when did you set up your account? I mean, when you created your account.
It's been like a month or two now.
Okay, so it is almost recent. So
Yes.
yeah, so while setting up the AWS account, just to give you an idea, because based on that we are going to talk further.
Okay.
So to create an AWS account, we need to provide an email address and a password.
Right.
Okay. We have to provide an email address, we have to provide a password, we have to provide an account name.
So that's like your business name.
Yes, exactly. 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 You got it right. Business name, company name. After that, you have to provide the account type. Now, let's say if you're setting up it for a company, then we will be setting up the account type as professional, where
Okay.
we have to provide the company details. And if we are creating it for our personal usage, for let's say for educational purpose, or let's say you want to post your like your website, or you want to host any application, in
Yeah.
that case we can set up a personal account. And
Okay.
in personal account, it will not ask us for a company details.
Okay.
So we need to provide phone number, we need to provide country, address, city, state, postal code. And when we go to the next option, it will be asking us for credit card details. Okay, so we have to provide a payment option, where we have to provide our credit card details. And when once we provide our credit card details, just to verify that the credit card is working, they will be deducting $1 from the credit card, and that will be actually refunded after 1 or 2 months. Okay,
Okay.
so to create a AWS account, there is no charges. Okay, plus AWS has a free tier plan.
Okay.
Yeah, once the account is ready, so we have to go to this site, console.aws.amazon.com, or you are logged into the AWS account.
I'm logged into the AWS Management Console.
I see. Okay, so after setting up the AWS account, so to log into the AWS account, we have two things, right? We have an email address and a password, which we
Yeah.
use to set up the AWS account.
Yeah.
So these credentials are basically called root user credentials.
Okay.
Do you know what is a root user?
It's the username and it's the main person who uses the account.
Exactly. So root user credentials, which are our email address and password.
Okay.
And the person who has these credentials is called a account admin.
Account
It's
admin.
called account admin, AWS account admin, or we can also call it as a super user or root user.
Okay.
Okay, because through these credential, the user can get full access, full access to all AWS services and resources.
Okay.
Okay, there are 160 plus services which AWS provides. Okay, and what are these services? In these services, basically we access different components of the data center.
Okay.
Okay, like there is a service called EC2,
Yes.
which deals with servers.
Okay.
So when we are accessing this service EC2, so we are actually interacting the servers inside the data center. When
Okay.
we are dealing with VPC service, there is a service of VPC, which is for networking.
Okay.
When we are dealing with networking service in AWS, so we are actually dealing with the data center network.
Okay.
When we are dealing with S3, we are actually dealing with storage servers
Okay.
inside the data center.
Okay.
We have RDS service. When we are using RDS service, we are actually accessing the
Data.
database inside the data center.
Okay.
Then we have an IAM service, which is for identity,
Okay.
or we can say authentication.
Oh,
Okay, authentication and authorization.
okay.
So like inside data centers, we have identity servers, which basically provides authentication. Right now, we logged in with this email address and password. So these are basically our credentials through which we have authenticated to AWS.
Okay.
Right. So after setting up the AWS account, the first time when we log in as a root user. And
Okay.
to log in as a root user, we have to provide our email address and a password.
Okay.
These are the two things which we actually use to set up our AWS account. Like while we were setting up the AWS account, it asked us for a username and an email address and a password. The same credentials we are using here to log into the AWS account.
Okay.
So for the first time when you will log into the AWS account, you will be redirected to the this page, which is the management console page.
Right.
So there are actually two ways to interact with the AWS cloud platform. One way is using the management console. This
Mm.
graphical user interface is basically called the management console.
Okay.
And there is another way to access the AWS account, which is through command line that we are going to see. That is about accessing the AWS account using the AWS CLI.
Okay.
Now in this management console, we'll click on services.
Okay. Wait a minute. Something happened.
Yeah, so
Okay. Wait.
here you will find all the services which are provided by AWS.
Okay.
There are like 160 plus services which are provided by AWS, and they are categorized based on the type, like compute.
Okay.
Compute basically deals with servers. Like so, we have EC2, Lightsail, Lambda, Batch, Elastic Beanstalk, serverless application repository, AWS Outpost. For storage, we have these services. Database, we have these services. Migration, we have these services. VPC, we have these services. And these all services are interacting with some of the other part of the data center, physical data center.
Okay.
Now, after setting up an AWS account, after creating the AWS account for an organization, all the things throughout the course we are going to see, like as we are setting up an AWS account for an organization.
Okay.
So let's say this is an organization,
Uh-huh.
and inside the organization we have different departments,
Mm-hmm.
right? We have, let's say, IT department, we have support department, and we have the account administrator. Right now, what we are the account administrator
Okay.
because we have the root user credentials. So let's say we have set up an account for a company. Let's say the company is, let's say abc.com. So we have created an AWS account for this company. And in this company, there are some departments like IT department, support department, sales department, marketing department. And let's say in IT department, we have two users. And these two users has a job role. Okay, one user is John and one is Harry,
Okay.
and they belong to the IT department.
Okay.
Now these users are system admin. Okay, they were hired for the job role as a system admin.
Okay.
And what is the task of a system admin? To manage the servers or manage the systems in the cloud.
Okay.
Not in the cloud, we can say any kind of system, whether it is on premises or on the cloud.
Okay.
So there is a service of AWS which deals with system administration, which is EC2,
Okay.
right? In EC2, basically we have servers, and the job of the system admin is to manage those servers, administrate those servers,
Okay.
right? So let's say we have John and Harry, which belongs to IT department, and
Hmm.
they are system administrators. Now,
Okay.
what I want is, I want these users, John and Harry, to manage the servers in my AWS account.
Okay.
So what I want is, I want them to log into my AWS account, go to EC2, and manage the servers which are in EC2 in my AWS account, right?
Uh-huh.
Now to do so, I need to provide them credentials, okay? Because there is only one way right now to log into the AWS account.
And okay, so that would be the root user credentials, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So
No, no,
I,
there right now we have only one credential, which is root user
and
credentials.
that's for the account admin.
Yeah, that is often account admin. Like we have the email address and the password. That
Right.
is often account admin.
Okay. Okay.
So now what we want to do is we need to provide these users access to our AWS account. So right now we only have one credential, which is of the account admin, which is the email address and the password to log into the AWS account, right?
Uh-huh.
So what we want is we want to log into the AWS account. We want to grant these users access to the AWS account. So
Okay.
one way is that we'll be providing them the email address and the password. But if we provide these credentials, the user will have access to 160 plus AWS services. Right now, we are account administrator and we are logged into the AWS account.
Okay.
And right now here we can do anything, which means we can create resource, delete resource, update resource, any kind of operations we can perform here.
Okay.
But what we want is we want this John and Harry user only to manage our EC2 instances or the
Okay.
servers which are in EC2. Okay.
Okay.
So in that case, we have to restrict access. Okay, we have to restrict access to only this service. We have to allow only access to this service. Let's
Right.
say, are you familiar with S3?
No. I
Okay,
mean,
now let's.
I've seen it, but
Mhm.
I don't know what it means, what it is.
Yeah, yeah. So let's say we have some other services which are storing basically, let's say some company confidential data,
Uh-huh.
right? So in that case, what we will be doing is, let's say the company is having some confidential data. So in that case, we don't want these user Harry and John to have access to those services, which are basically storing that confidential data. So
Okay.
now what we have to do is we have to restrict the access to the AWS account. Now
Mhm.
to perform this action, we have a service of AWS, which is IAM.
Mhm.
IAM stands for Identity and Access Management.
Okay.
So this is one service of AWS which deals with authentication or this basically service provides authentication and authorization to our AWS account.
Okay.
So in IAM, basically we have users, we have groups, we
Okay.
have roles, we have policy. Okay, so in IAM, basically we create users, and we create users, and we in user basically we get a username and password, and that basically we will be providing to the users which are working in our organization.
Okay.
If we go to the console, if we click here on services, and if we search for IAM,
Okay.
now here in IAM, if we go to users,
Hmm.
so this is basically IAM service of AWS. And if you have set up a fresh AWS account, so if you go to users, you will not be able to see any user here.
Right.
So I'll just quickly delete these users. Okay, so you will see no users here. So
Mm.
now there are two users, John and Harry. I want to give them access to my AWS account, and I am the account administrator.
Okay.
What we are going to do, we are going to create a user. We'll click on add user, we'll go to users and add user.
Okay.
The username, let's say John.
Uh-huh.
Then access type. As we discussed, there are two ways to access the AWS account. One is the programmatic access, another way is the AWS Management Console access.
Okay.
So let's say if we click on AWS Management Console access,
Uh-huh.
so here you will find, we are going to see later in the course the programmatic access. Once we are familiar with Management Console, then it will be easier to understand the programmatic access.
Okay.
So right now we are choosing the access type as Management Console. And what is the Management Console? This, the graphical user interface right now which we are interacting with. So this is the Management Console. So we are creating a user John which will have this console access, the Management Console access.
Okay.
And now we have to set the password for the user. So
Okay.
here we have an option of auto-generated password, and
Uh-huh.
another option is of
Custom path.
custom password.
Okay.
So if we set auto-generated password, so it is going to generate a random string,
Okay.
or we can set our own custom password as well. If we click on custom password, so it will allow us to type a password here.
Okay.
So if we talk about best practices of AWS, or we can say security best practices which are recommended by AWS. So AWS recommends that we set a auto-generated password, which will
Okay.
be a random password.
Okay.
Then AWS also recommends us to set up password reset. Password reset, it means the first time the user will be logging into the AWS account, the
Yeah.
user will be asked to change his own password,
Okay.
right? Then here you will find permissions. Permission we are going to discuss later.
Hmm.
So this tab we are going to skip for now.
Okay.
Tags also we are going to discuss later when we are familiar with 2 to 3 services of AWS. Then it will be easier to understand tags. Then we'll click on next review. So we are creating a user called John with management console access with a password. The password is auto-generated, and we have set the password reset to yes, which means when the user will be logging to the AWS account, the user will be asked to change his own password.
Okay.
And now here we'll click on create user.
Okay. Okay.
So this is the username, and it has generated a random password. As we enable auto-generated passwords, so here we can find the username and the auto-generated password.
Okay.
Now I am the account administrator and John has joined my company and I want to grant user John to access to my AWS account. So what we did, we went to IAM, we created an IAM user
Okay.
and we generated a username and password through which the user can log into our AWS account, right?
Okay.
Now what we want to do is we want to send the user the credentials. So one way is here you will find send email.
Okay.
If you click on here, so it will open up, let's say if your company is using Outlook or if they are using any mail software, so it will open up that mail software where you can uh, mail the user the credential, the username and password.
Okay.
And here you will find one option of download CSV. If you click on this,
Uh-huh.
so it will download a CSV file. Let us say if you open this file, this file will also have the same credential, username and password.
Okay. Okay. Wait a minute. I don't know where mine went.
So if you open this file, which is basically a CSV file, so
Mhm.
you'll find the username, password, and you will find one more option, which is of one more field actually, which is of console login link.
Okay.
So this is the link which you are going to use to log into the AWS account.
Okay.
And you will find two more columns, which is of access key ID and secret access key. If we choose the user to log in with, if we choose the access type while creating the user as programmatic access, then basically it generate these keys. Okay, that we are going to see later in the course.
Okay.
So the credentials right now, which we have created right now, are called IAM credentials,
Okay.
which has a username, which has a password, and it has a IAM sign-in link.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide, let's say this is the user John.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to provide this user John these credentials.
Okay.
And user John will be able to log into the AWS account.
Okay.
So if you go to the console, so just download the CSV file which we are going to use to log into the AWS account.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so as the account administrator, I have created the user, I have sent the user the credentials. Now
Okay.
just assume that we are John now. Now
Okay.
John wants to log into the AWS account. So now John has to go to, if you open the CSV file,
Uh-huh.
you will find the console sign-in link.
Yeah.
So we'll copy that link
Okay. Wait. Okay. So copy this link.
and open it in your browser.
Okay. Okay. And so his username, his account ID automatically.
Yeah, account ID is automatically fetched through the URL.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and if you see this account ID, if you haven't set up an account name while setting up the AWS account, in that case, it will be showing you an account ID, a 12-digit account ID, which will be a numeric ID.
Mm-hmm.
If you have set up the AWS account name while creating the AWS account, so you'll be able to see your account ID. I mean, your account alias, your account name actually.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to see how we can set up. Right now, what you are able to see, a number or a name?
I see account ID number.
Okay, okay. We are going to see how we can set up the account name.
Okay.
So we have to provide the username. So the user John, what he's going to do is going to copy that link and open inside his browser the username and the password.
Okay. So we have to take that from the CSV.
Yeah.
Okay. Paste. All right.
Yes.
And sign in.
Yes, sign in.
Okay. Now it's asking for old password.
It will ask you for resetting the password.
Yeah.
So if you remember, while we are creating the user, so we enabled one option which was the require password reset. So if
Right.
we enable this option, the user, for the first time when the user will try to log into the AWS account, the user will be asked to change his own password.
Okay. Okay, so just go ahead and make a new password.
Yes. Then we will click on confirm password change.
Okay. Okay. And now I'm in the AWS console again.
Now here we have to click, let's say now if you see here at the right top, you will find John at your account ID. Okay,
Okay.
right now my account has account name, that's why it is showing the account name. So if you click here, so you'll be able to see the username,
Yeah.
John.
Yeah.
Now if we click on services, and if we go to EC2, as we wanted John to manage the EC2 service of the AWS. So if we go to EC2,
Uh-huh.
and if we go to the left side, if we go to instances,
Running. It says, okay, instances.
and if we click on, let's say, volumes,
Volumes.
it will start throwing some errors. Like here it is showing an error occurred for fetching volume information.
Right.
So if you go to security information, so it says you are not authorized to perform this operation.
Okay.
Now let's say if we go to IAM, which is under security, identity and compliance, or you can simply search it from here. Or
Okay.
if you have already opened that service, so you will be able to find it here also, recently visited.
Oh, wait, where did you go?
Click on services, here
Oh,
at the left top. Yeah.
okay, I am. Okay, I see what you see now. And it says
Okay,
user.
now we'll go to uh, users.
Uh-huh.
So if you see here, it is giving us an error. It is
Yeah.
saying you need permission. If we
Right.
go to any component of IAM, so it says you are
Mm-hmm.
not authorized to perform this action.
Okay.
Or if we go to any service, we will not be able to access it
Okay.
because this user doesn't have permission to do anything in the AWS account.
Okay.
What we did, we just created an IAM user. We didn't provide any access or any permission to that user,
Right.
right? So there is one a question which is asked in the certification exam, which is about how, I mean, when the user is created without nil permission or without no permission, what kind of access the user has in the AWS account. So there
Okay.
will be multiple multiple options, which will be like the user will have no permission, the user will have full permission, or the user will not be able to log into the AWS account, or none of these. So the answer is the user will have
No.
no access to, yeah, the user will have no access to any of the services and resources in the AWS account. Okay,
Okay.
this is one of the questions which is very popular, or we can say mostly asked in the certification exam.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Um,
your intention behind this training is for the certification exam, right?
yes.
Yeah. Yes, you are asking something.
I was just going to say, can I take a quick break?
Yeah, sure. Let us have a break of 10 minutes and we'll continue from there. Okay?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
Okay, it says AWS Managed Policy.
yeah. Okay,
So there is one policy already attached on the user. And now what we want to do is we want to attach another policy to the user. We are going to see how this policy got attached to the user. So we'll click on add permission.
add permissions.
And here you will find three ways to add permission to a user.
Right.
So while creating the user, if you remember while we were creating the user, we skipped this step.
Yeah.
So if we go, we'll go with the third option. We are going to see these options later. So we'll go with the third option which says attach existing policies directly.
Okay.
And here we are going to search EC2 full access. Because we want this user John to manage EC2 service of our AWS account.
Okay. So I'm going to click on that.
Next, and add permission.
Okay. Add permissions. Okay. Okay. So now he has two attached policies.
Yeah, now we have attached, yeah, two policies. But we have, manually we have attached only one policy. This policy, we are going to see how this policy came to that user.
Okay.
Now what we are going to do is, we are going to log out and we will log in with this user John again.
Okay.
And now we will see what kind of access this user has in the AWS account.
Okay.
So we need the sign-in console link, which will be in the CSV file.
Okay.
Username John and the password.
Okay. Okay. So now I'm in John.
Then we'll click on services and then we'll go to EC2.
Okay.
And if you click on, let's say, on security groups,
Okay.
earlier, if you remember, we were getting an error. The error was that you are not authorized to perform this action,
Right.
right?
Right.
But right now we are able to see all the resources. If we go to instances, volume, snapshot, we will not get any error. Okay, right now we don't have any resources. That's why it is showing that you don't have any instances in this region. So now this user John has full access to EC2 service, which means he can create resources, delete resources, modify resources, any operation this user can perform in the account.
Okay.
Now we'll click on services and now we'll try to access IAM service of AWS. Now let us see what kind of action this user has or access this user has.
Okay.
So it says that you are not authorized to perform this action. And if you
Right.
go to users,
Right.
that is because the user only have access to EC2 service. The user doesn't have access to IAM service of AWS.
Okay.
So what we did, we created a user and we granted the user to access to EC2 service of AWS. So
Yes.
the user will have access to only that service. The user will not have access to any other service of AWS.
Okay.
Okay, let's say we have other services, and other services, let's say, have some confidential data, and we don't want the user to have access to that confidential data, which is stored in some other service of AWS.
Right.
So with the help of IAM, we can restrict access. Okay, with the help of IAM, we can restrict access to services and resources in our AWS account.
Okay.
Now let us talk about customer managed policy. Okay, do you have any doubts or any questions so far?
No, this is great.
Okay, now let us talk about customer managed policy. As
Okay.
we saw, like AWS has AWS managed policy, and most of the policies, they have policies for all the services, and they have two kind of access. One is full access and one is read only access.
Mm-hmm.
What does full access means? Full access means the user will be able to create resource, delete resource, update resource.
Okay.
And if we talk about read only, so the user will only be able to list the resource or read the resource. Means the user will be able to see the resources which are running. The user will not be able to create, update, or delete the resources.
Okay.
So AWS has this these policy for all the services. Okay, just we need to, let's say you want to see the permission of IAM. Okay, AWS managed policy of IAM. Just replace the service name by IAM. So AWS IAM full access. If we go to the console, you will find the policy by the same name. So you
Okay.
have to log out and log in with that user.
Okay. So log out.
Mhm.
Okay.
You click on services, IAM, then you click on users. Sorry, you click on policies.
Policy. Okay.
So if you see this thing like AWS service name and full access or read only access. So let's say you want to find a policy for a specific service, let's say IAM. So
Mm-hmm.
if you see here, so AWS, if you follow this syntax, then the service name, let's say IAM.
Okay. Oh, oh,
Oh, I see. IAM is starting with the name IAM itself. Here you can see IAM full access, IAM read only access.
I am okay.
Let's
I
take
am full access. Okay.
Yeah, let's take an example of other service. Let's say RDS service of AWS or EC2 service.
Okay.
Here you can find AWS EC2, and you will find some other services also which
Mm-hmm.
are related to
Elastic Beanstalk.
yeah.
Yeah.
So either it will start with AWS or it will start with Amazon.
Yes.
Amazon, then the service name, and the access. Full access or read only access.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so full access means it will provide access to the whole service.
Right.
Read only access, it means it will provide access to that full service, I mean the whole service, but read only access. Read only access means the user will be able to see the resources but will not be able to perform any action like creating the resources, deleting the resources, or updating the resources.
Okay.
Whereas in full access, the user will be able to perform any kind of operation on the resources.
Okay.
Now let's say we want granular access to the AWS account. Granular access, it means I want the user to manage a specific resource in my AWS account.
Okay.
Right now, user John has access to all the services. Let's say not all the services, all the components in EC2. If you click on services, EC2, so the user John has full access to all the components or all the features of EC2.
Right.
Includes like Elastic IP, volume, snapshots, load balancer, and other components of EC2.
Okay.
Now what I want is I only want the user John to manage the uh, security groups in my AWS account.
Okay.
And for others, the user must get an error. The user must not be able to see other resources. I just want the user to manage security group in my AWS account. And for other resources, the user must not have access to those resources in services.
I have a question. Why do you have so many security groups?
Yeah, actually, this account actually I use for like for the training purpose, so I
Oh,
have
okay.
created this.
Okay.
You will be able to see only one security group at
Yeah.
your end.
Yeah.
So let's say we want the user John to manage security group in the AWS account, only security group. Right now, the user will have access to all the components in EC2 without any restriction.
Okay.
So what is our goal? Our goal is to grant granular access.
Granular access.
Yeah, exactly. We want to grant granular access to the user, like access to a specific component in EC2 or
Okay.
specific resource in EC2.
Okay.
So in that case, basically we use customer managed policy.
Okay.
Okay, because AWS managed policy either provide full access or read only access. We don't have granular access in in AWS managed policy.
Okay.
Now to achieve granularity, we use customer managed policy. And if you see by the name itself, customer managed policy, it means these are the policies which are created by us and managed by us.
Okay.
Okay.
And by us, you mean the company?
Yeah, by the company.
Okay.
These policies are created and managed by us, whereas the AWS managed policies are created by AWS and managed by AWS.
Mm-hmm.
And why we are using customer managed policy? To achieve granularity. If we want
Yeah.
to grant user access to a specific resource in the
Yeah.
AWS account, in that case, basically we use customer managed policy.
Okay.
Now let us see how we can create a policy. Before creating a policy, let us see what is the structure of a policy.
Okay.
So as we already discussed, that IAM policy is a JSON document,
Documents, yeah.
but we don't have to write a JSON document. To create a policy, we don't have to write a JSON document. We have, there are two ways to actually to create a IAM policy.
Okay.
One way is by visual editor. In visual editor, it is just click. We have to just do some clicks and the policy is ready.
Okay.
Another way is we have to write the JSON code.
Okay.
Okay, and most of the cases, and most of almost I would say 99% of the cases we use visual editor. And in
Okay.
visual editor, we don't have to perform any coding.
Okay.
Yes, we are also going to use the visual editor. Plus, we are going to see how we can write our policy in JSON as well. Okay, just to get the knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So if we talk about the policy structure, so there are actually 5 sections in a policy,
Mm-hmm.
which is effect. Let's talk about effect later. Let's say the service,
Mm-hmm.
then action in that service,
Mm-hmm.
then effect,
Mm-hmm.
then resource, and condition. So
Mm.
if we see any policy, so there are 3 things which are required. One is resource, action, effect, sorry, service, action, effect, and resource. Whereas condition is optional. So service, let's say we want to grant user John access to only security group, right? So the service is EC2, right?
Yeah.
And in EC2, what action we want the user to perform? We want the user to perform list security group.
Yeah.
An effect will be either allow or deny. So what we want to allow this user to access EC2 service, and we want to allow the user to access security group inside EC2 service,
Okay.
right? And then we have resource. So there are 2 values actually in resource. One is asterisk, another is resource name. Okay, another thing is the resource name.
Okay.
Resource name means like if you want to grant access to only a specific resource.
Okay.
Let's say in EC2 in security group, you only want to access, you want to grant the user access to, let's say, only this security group.
Okay.
So we have to give the resource name. Okay, we are going to talk about resource name later. What is basically a resource name?
Okay.
For now, we will provide asterisk. What does asterisk means? All resources.
All resources?
Yeah, asterisk means all resources. Which all resources? All security groups.
Okay.
And if you want to provide access to only a specific resource, then the resource name, which is actually called as ARN, Amazon resource name.
Okay.
And condition is actually optional. That
Okay.
is basically for providing more security to our policy.
Okay.
Okay, only condition is optional. Rest all these 4 section or parameter inside of our policies is required.
Okay.
Okay, let us talk about these 4 sections. Then we are going to talk about conditions.
Okay.
Now let us see how we can create a customer managed policy. So if we go to the console, we go to IAM, then we'll go to policies, and here you will find an option of create policy. So we'll click on create policy.
Create policy. Okay. Oh, okay.
And here you will find 2 ways to create, as we discussed, visual editor and JSON.
Yeah.
So here you don't have to do any coding. In Visual Editor, you don't have to do any coding. Just by few clicks, like you have to choose first the service. Let's say EC2.
Okay. EC2.
Then action, that what kind of action you want to grant the user to. So here you will find list action. So we want the user to only see the security group in our AWS account. So here you will find describe security group.
Describe security groups.
Now let's say you want to know what this action does. Let's say you want to see what this action does. So you can click here on the question mark button. And here at the left side, you will be able to see the description. What does that action actually does?
Okay.
So grant permission to describe the attributes of the AWS account.
Okay.
And if we see the one which we are choosing, which is describe security group. So grant permission to describe one or more security group, which means we'll be able to list the security groups in our AWS account.
Okay.
So we are going to choose this one, describe security group. So here you see you have different types of access, like list access, read access, tagging access, write access, and permission management. Now, based on your use case, like what kind of action you want to provide to that user, like read access, write access, based on that, basically we will be configuring these options.
Okay.
Right. Now, let's say you want to grant full access to EC2 service.
Yeah.
Then we can choose the first option, which is all EC2 actions.
Okay.
Then we have resources. So right now it is not allowing us to choose the resource. That is because we have just enabled list security group action.
Okay.
Which means asterisk is set.
Okay.
Now if you click here on JSON, you will be able to see the code.
Okay. Oh yeah.
So what we are doing, yeah. So the options which we chose, we'll be able to see here in the JSON document.
Okay.
So here you can find effect, you can find the service name and what kind of action we have given, and the resource. The resource is set to asterisk, which means all resources.
Okay.
Okay. So you must know how to read the policy. Okay. By seeing the JSON document, you must know how to read the policy. Inside policy, we have a statement, and in that statement, basically we have effect, action, and resource.
Okay. What is SID?
SID is optional. Don't worry about SID. That is just a way to name the policy.
Okay.
So what we are doing, we are granting allowing access to EC2 service, and in EC2 we are allowing describe security group, the action.
Okay.
And of which resources? All resources. Then we'll click on review policy. And we have to set the policy name. Let's say my IAM policy.
Okay.
For EC2. Description is optional, but it is recommended that you type a description which will help others who are managing your AWS account to understand what this policy is doing.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So let's say this policy grants access to EC2 service. Not EC, yeah, this policy grant access to EC2 security groups. We can say list EC2 security groups. Then create policy.
Okay. Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, you got quiet for a second. So create policy.
Yeah, the policy has been created now.
Okay.
So if you click on the policy which is created,
Yeah.
so here you can find the policy code.
Okay.
Okay. So we haven't done any coding, but we are able to create a policy, and it is written in JSON with the help of the JSON editor, right?
Okay.
Now here you will find an option of edit policy. As
Okay.
this is a policy which is created by us, so we
Ability to
can modify this policy, we can delete the policy. At the right top, you'll find a option of deleting the policy as well.
Okay.
So if you click on policies at the left side,
Policies. Yep.
and here we are going to search for the policy which we created.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, this is the policy which we created.
Yeah.
And here you will find type, it is set to customer manage.
Okay.
Okay, because this is the policy which we have created.
Okay.
And if you click on that policy, so you will find the option of deleting it also. Because this is a managed policy, and this policy we can modify, we can delete, we can perform any operation in this policy. But
Okay.
if we take an example of the AWS managed policy, so we cannot delete it, we cannot modify it, okay? Because that policy is created and managed by AWS.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I see.
Okay, now we'll go to users, and we are going to add a user.
Okay.
Let's say we are going to add a user Harry,
Okay.
and we will grant management console access, and we'll go with the best practices of AWS, which says to set auto-generated password and password reset.
Okay.
If you remember, we were able to see one policy attached to the user John, which
Yes.
was I am password policy.
Yes.
Okay. So when we enable this setting, so automatically the user will get this policy attached on it.
Mm-hmm.
And what this policy does, it will allow the user to change the password, his own password.
Okay.
Now we'll click on next permissions. And here we'll go with the third option. Earlier we skipped this step. Now we'll go with the third option, which says attach existing policies directly.
Okay.
And here we are going to search for the policy which we created.
Okay. Yep.
Tags we'll skip,
Okay.
and create user.
We're using. Okay. And so we're gonna.
Username is Harry, and
Yep.
that's the password.
Okay.
So we'll download this CSV file,
Okay.
and we will not log out. Actually, we'll open a incognito mode.
Okay. Oh, here it is. Okay.
So at the left side, right now the account admin is logged in, and at the right side, we are going to log in as the user Harry, which we created.
Okay. So I'm gonna log out.
Yeah, no. Open a Ignito mode, Ignito tab.
Open what? Another tab.
Yeah, click here. Which browser are you using?
I'm using Google Chrome.
Yeah, click at the right top here, and you will find incognito mode, sorry.
Okay. Wait a minute. Yeah, it's not. Wait a minute. Like I can add a new tab, but it's not opening up an
Yeah,
incog.
no issues. You can log out and log in again with
Oh,
the
okay.
user Harry.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I just wanted to show you one small use case. That's why I'm opening another tab. But that is fine. You can log out and log in.
okay. So I'm gonna log out, log in, and now I'm doing
And
I am user.
yes, log in with that I am user.
Okay, and use Harry's stuff.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And sign.
Wait.
And it will ask us to change the password as we enable password reset.
Okay.
Then we'll go to EC2. Right now we are logged in with Harry and we are going to EC2.
Okay. Okay. Now I'm logged in with Harry.
Yeah. And if you see here, you'll be able to see your security groups. But let's say if you go to, from the left side, if you go to volumes, so it says an error occurred. If we go to snapshots,
Uh-huh.
it says you are not authorized to perform this operation. But if you go to security groups, you will be able to see all the security groups which are in your account. Okay, you'll
Okay.
be able to see one security group.
Yeah. For Harry. Yep.
With the help of customer managed policy, we can grant the user access to a specific resource in our AWS account. So
Okay.
right now what we have done, we have granted user Harry only access to security groups in our AWS account.
Yep.
Okay, so with the help of customer managed policy, we can achieve granular access to the AWS account.
Okay.
Okay, and this is something which is used in companies. Okay,
Yeah.
because they usually don't provide full access to the AWS account or full access to a specific service.
Yeah. Okay.
So it is very easy to create a customer managed policy. We just need to provide the service name, what kind of action we need to perform, then effect, allow or deny, resource, and condition.
Okay.
Uh, Now we will log out and log in back with the admin user, the account administrator.
Okay. Okay. All right. So now I have.
Yeah, so here we'll go to users. Now we are going to see what are the properties of a user, how we can customize a user, existing user. Let's say we click on user Harry, the one which we created. So we can see the policies which are attached to user Harry.
Yep.
Then this is the first tab where we are able to see the policies which are attached to the user Harry. If you want to attach multiple policies, we can click on add permission and we can attach more policies to the user, which will grant user access to some other services and resources in our AWS account.
Okay.
Right now we have a second tab which says group. Group we are going to discuss after this, after talking about users.
Okay.
Tags we are going to discuss later when we will be familiar with 2 to 3 services of AWS. Now if we go to security credentials,
Mm-hmm.
from here you will find the console sign-in link through which the user can log into the AWS account. Plus you will find console password. Now let's say this user Harry, let's say my company has added Harry and he is a system admin. I granted access to Harry to EC2 services of AWS. And let's say after 2 months, Harry is going for a vacation of let's say 15 days or for a month. And what I want to do is I want to disable the account of user Harry. Okay. So what we
Okay.
can do is we can click on console password, we can click on manage, we can click on disable.
Okay.
Once we click on disable, the user account will be disabled.
Okay.
The user will not be able to log into the AWS account. And
Okay.
once the user is back from, let's say, from his vacation, then we can enable the access.
Okay.
And similarly, let's say you want to change the password of the user. So
Uh-huh.
from here, we can change the password. Like we can generate a new password or we can set a custom password.
Okay.
Also, we can set require password reset, which means the user, when the user will be logging into the AWS account, the user will be asked to change his own password.
Okay.
And then we have MFA. Okay, do
And
you know what is MFA?
no.
MFA stands for multi-factor authentication. Like
Multi.
when we, yeah, like when we visit some bank websites, like let's say Capital One or Bank of America,
Uh-huh.
while doing some transaction, it asks us for a username. Like first we have to log in like with our username and password. And while doing some transaction, it asks us for a OTP code, which is basically generated on our
Oh
mobile
yeah,
phone.
one-time password. Oh,
Sorry?
one-time permissions or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. One kind of a password, or you can say a push notification, something like
Yeah.
that, right?
Yeah.
So the same thing we can do here in AWS. We can enable multi-factor authentication,
Uh-huh.
which is two-factor authentication. The
Yeah.
user will require the username, password, plus the user will require a multi-factor authentication, a
Yeah.
code to log into the AWS account,
Okay.
which will make the login of the which will make the user login to the AWS account more secure,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Okay, so right now, let's say this is our AWS account, and right now the user John is logging into the AWS account through username and password.
Mm-hmm.
If the user is providing the correct username and password,
Mm-hmm.
the user is logged into the AWS account.
Mm-hmm.
And if the user name and password is wrong, the access is denied, means the user will not be able to log into the AWS account.
Right.
Now let's say we have to set up two-factor authentication. Once we enable two-factor authentication, We are going to see how we can set up that. Once we enable that, so the user has to provide the multi-factor authentication code, which will be either generated on his mobile phone, or it depends upon how we have set up the multi-factor authentication code. Now, to log into the AWS account, the user has to provide username and password, plus the user has to user has to provide a MFA code. And if everything is right, then the user will be able to log into the AWS account.
Okay.
So if we go to the console,
Okay.
and here you will find assigned MFA devices. So we'll click on manage,
Okay.
and here you will find 3 ways to set up the multi-factor authentication code. So one way is virtual MFA device. Virtual MFA, basically it stands for virtual multi-factor authentication device.
Right.
So if we are using virtual MFA device, then we have to install a mobile application in our phone. Let's say if
Okay.
you are using an Android device, so in your Play Store you will find Google Authenticator.
Oh
Or
yeah.
let's say if you are
Yeah.
using Apple device, in your App Store you will find Google Authenticator.
Yeah. Yeah.
So first you have to install that application. So
So we're gonna go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah, we are going to go ahead and install it. So I'm just going to install in my phone. Actually, I already have. So there are some applications which are supported with virtual MFA device, which are Google Authenticator. We have Authy, okay,
What is it called?
Authy. Also, Microsoft Authenticator is also supported. Now, let's say you want to know what are the applications supported. So you can click here to see AWS multi-factor authentication. And here, if you scroll down, so here in virtual MFA application, you will be able to see the applications which are supported
Okay.
in Android phone and in iPhone, like Authy, Geo Mobile, which is from Google, LastPass, Microsoft Authenticator, and Google Authenticator.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we can install any of these applications. So let's say if we install we can use any of these applications. So let's say if we install Microsoft Authenticator
Yeah.
or Google Authenticator, then we have to go to the console and we have to choose the virtual MFA,
Uh-huh.
and we have to click on continue,
Uh-huh.
and here it will generate a QR code.
Okay.
Okay, first it is looking for us to install an application, then it is looking for us to scan a QR code. So we'll click on show QR code. So it is showing us a QR code, and in the application, let's say if you open that application, Google. Mhm.
Yeah, I did it.
Yeah, so in the application you have to scan that QR code.
Okay. Oh, it gives you 2 numbers.
Yeah, you have to provide that code.
Okay. And then the sign.
Yeah, 2 times you have to provide the code, and it
Okay.
will be updated in after every 20-25 seconds.
Yeah. Okay, well, I assigned it. It gave me
Oh,
2
that is
codes.
great. Yeah, so after that what we will do, we will log out and we will log in with user Harry.
Okay.
And now we'll see what kind of authentication mechanism the user has to pass through.
Okay, so we go to I am user
Mhm.
and we
So
say
now
here.
we'll log out and we'll open the we'll copy the IAM sign-in link and we'll paste it in our browser.
It's asking for a multi-factor code.
Yeah, it will ask us for a multi-factor authentication code, and that will be generated in our phone, right?
Okay. Okay.
Okay, it seems I have. So it is looking for the MFA code,
Uh-huh.
and now once we provide the MFA code, we will be logged into the AWS account. If we provide a wrong code, let's say the user provides Harry provide a wrong code,
Uh-huh.
the user will not be able to log into the AWS account. So
Okay.
we have successfully set up two-factor authentication in our AWS account.
Okay.
So one way of authentication was username and password, and the
Yeah.
second is MFA code. The user has to provide the MFA code to log into the AWS account.
Okay.
Now we will log out and we will see how we can set up this type of authentication on the account administrator, okay, which is the root user credential, the email address and password. How
Okay.
we can set up multi-factor authentication on the root user.
So for the root user. Okay. So we go to IAM.
Yeah, then we'll go to IAM.
Mhm.
So the multi-factor authentication is one of the best practices of AWS.
Okay.
Okay, AWS recommends us that all our IAM users have multi-factor authentication.
Mhm.
So if you go to the IAM dashboard, here you will see best practices, and you will be able to see some of the best practices of AWS.
Okay.
And here you will find one warning, security alert. It
Yeah.
says the root user for the account does not have multi-factor authentication enabled.
Yeah.
So we have to enable multi-factor authentication for that user. That is best practices. I mean, that is just a best practice by AWS.
Okay.
So we'll enable MFA for that user, for the account administrator,
Uh-huh.
because with this, with this credentials, if someone gets access to these credentials, the email address and password of the account administrator, the user will be able to do anything in the AWS account,
Okay.
right? So we'll click on activate MFA,
Okay.
and we'll set it to virtual MFA device.
Okay.
The same procedure we have to perform.
Okay. All right. So I gotta do a new one, right?
Yeah, this is for the account administrator. The one which we set up was for user Harry.
So how do we do it? How do we set up a new one?
You have to open the app and scan this QR code.
Oh, well, wait a minute. Wait. Okay. Oh, shoot. Okay. This is so fast. Okay. Yeah. Mhm. Okay. So now I've set up for the root user.
Yeah, so this is one of the best practice by AWS that we enable multi-factor authentication on the account administrator.
Okay.
Okay, because if someone get access to this credential, the user will be having full access to the all the services and resources.
Okay.
Okay, do you have any doubts or any questions so far?
No, this is great.
Okay, now if you go to dashboard, so
Uh-huh.
right now it is not showing as the security alert. Now let us talk about some of the best practices by AWS.
Okay.
So you'll see the first best practice which says grant least privilege access.
Uh-huh.
And how we can do that? We can do that by creating customer managed policy.
Right.
Then
Right.
enable MFA, identity federation that we are going to discuss later, which comes under identity providers.
Uh-huh.
Then they have rotate credentials. Rotate credential, it means changing the password regularly.
Yeah, like every 90 days or something like that.
Yeah, every 90 days, 60 days, based on our company policies.
Okay.
Now, if we go to users,
Users.
then user Harry. So
Okay.
we just talked about the MFA and security credentials.
Uh-huh.
Now, if we go to Access Advisor, so here we'll be able to see what kind of services, what services the user accessed.
Mm-hmm.
We can see the user logged in and the user accessed EC2 service of AWS.
Okay. Yep.
And here in summary at the top, you will find user ARN,
Uh-huh.
path, and creation time. So
Yep.
creation time is pretty much straightforward, which means when the user was created. Now let us talk about user ARN. If I
Okay.
copy this ARN,
Yeah.
so the first block, just we will just exclude the first block which says ARN AWS. We will just exclude that, which is just the prefix.
Okay.
Then we have the other service. This is the service name, which is
Okay.
IAM. Then actually here we have one more section which is right now not there. That I'll explain you why it is not there. Then we have the account ID.
Mhm.
Then the resource name, I mean resource type, and the resource name.
Yeah.
So first we have just the prefix, which is ARN AWS.
Uh-huh.
Then IAM is the service name.
Okay.
Then here we don't have any value right now, which basically defines the region where
Okay.
the resource exists. Okay, and IAM actually is a service which doesn't require region. If you see here at the right top, you will see global, and if you click on here, so it says IAM doesn't require the region selection. That is because IAM is a global service. Okay,
Okay.
and this is another question which is asked in the certification exam. Like they ask questions like, what are the services in AWS which are global services?
Okay. So I would
So,
say all of them.
mhm.
Okay.
No, there are only few services which are global, which
Okay.
are IAM. We have CloudFront. Okay, that we are going to see later. We have
Okay.
S3. So these
Okay.
are three services which are global services.
Okay.
Okay, global services, it doesn't mean that it is like we can access all the, I mean, we cannot access other services globally. We can access all the services globally.
Uh-huh.
Just here, when we create a resource, the resource is not created in a specific region. It is created in all the regions.
Okay.
Whereas if we talk about EC2, when we deploy a server in a specific region.
Okay.
But here in IAM, we create the user globally in all
Okay.
the regions.
Okay.
That's why IAM doesn't require any region selection.
Okay.
So here in ARN, one section is of region. Then we have account ID. Right now the region is blank because we don't have, IAM is a global service which doesn't require region selection.
Mhm. Okay.
Then we have resource type. Then
Okay.
we have the resource name.
Okay.
Prefix, service, region, account ID, resource type, and the resource name.
Okay.
This is basically called ARN, and ARN stands for Amazon Resource Name.
Okay.
ARN stands for Amazon Resource Name.
Amazon resource name.
So any resource which we create in AWS has a unique name,
Uh-huh.
and that is basically derived from this Amazon Resource Name.
Okay.
So any resource which we create in AWS has a unique name through which we identify it. Okay.
Okay.
So here we can see the user ARN. Path is just like where the user is created. So the user is right now created under slash.
Okay. Oh,
Then
I
the
see.
last we have, mhm. And the last we have the creation time when the user was created.
Okay.
Yeah, so we saw users, we saw policies. Now let us talk about groups.
Okay.
So why we create users? To grant them access to our AWS account. So we took an example here. Okay, like we had two users. Um, the users belongs to IT department. Like let's say the company has hired two system admins, and they belong to IT department. And we wanted to grant access to those users to our AWS account. So what
Right.
we did, we created an IAM user. We attached policies to that user, and then the user was able to access that specific service or the resource which the user is authorized to, okay, or which the user is allowed to access, right?
Yes.
Now let us talk about IAM groups. Okay,
Okay.
so let's say there is a department like IT department, and let's say there are two users, John and Harry, and they both are system admins, and they need the same access. Okay, they need the same permission, or they need the same access. So what we can do is we can create a group. Let's say system admin, and inside this group we can add the users. We can add the users. Okay, we already created the user, so we'll call this user, let's say Dave and Bob. Let's say we have two users, and these users are system admins. So what we are doing, we are creating IAM users for them, and we are creating an IAM group. This is the group. And then what we are going to do, we are going to add these users to the group.
Okay.
And instead of attaching policies to the user, we are going to attach the policy to the group.
Okay.
And once we attach the policy to the group, the users which belongs to that group will inherit the policy.
Okay.
So inside a group, we can have up to 10 users. Okay, we can have up to 10 users, and we can attach up to 10 policies to a group and 10 policies to a user. We can attach 10 policies to a user and 10 policy to a group, not more than that. Plus, we can add 10 users to a group,
Okay.
not more than that. So these are some of the limitations, or we can say restrictions.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we can increase these restrictions. Okay, we will see later in the course like how we can increase these restrictions.
Okay.
Okay, so we can add up to 10 groups, I mean 10 users in a group, and we can create up to 5,000 users in our I in our IAM. 5,000 IAM users in an AWS account.
Okay.
Okay. Now let's say you want to know all these limits. So in the console, if you go here at the right top,
Uh-huh.
where it displays your account name or your account ID,
Yeah.
if you click on my service quotas,
Yeah.
and here we'll click on AWS services, and here we'll search for IAM. So here you can find AWS identity and access management. So we'll click on this service and we'll be able to see the limits of this service. Like you can see groups per account. So we can create up to 300 groups in the AWS account. And
Okay.
if you scroll all over down, you will be able to see user per account, which is 5,000.
Okay.
Okay, IAM groups per user. So we can add up to 10 users in a group. Okay, and these are some of the things which are directly asked in the certification exam. Like how many users we can create in the AWS account. So there will be some options like 5,000, 500, or unlimited, or none of these. So the answer is we can create up to
5,000.
yeah, we can create up to 5,000 users. So we must be aware about some of these, not all of these, some of these, like group per account, IAM group per user, manage policies per group. Like we can attach 10 policies per group. We can attach 10 policies to a user.
Okay.
For any service, for all the services of AWS, there are limits. Like these are like the number of resources which you can create.
Okay. I have a question. When you went to
Yes.
service quotas, when you went to AWS services,
Mhm.
and then you typed something in, what did you type in?
Now I just click on, oh yeah, here if you click on AWS services, here you have to search the service name. Let's say IAM.
Okay, mine didn't come up.
Uh, Change your region. Which is your region
Oh,
right now you're logged in?
okay. So my region has to be what?
Set it to Virginia.
Okay. 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 Good. Okay. Okay. Now I see. Okay. Okay, users per account, 5,000. Okay,
Yeah.
I see it.
And we can create up to 1500 customer managed policies.
Okay,
Okay, so these are some of the values which are directly asked in the certification exam. There
okay,
will be question like how many users or how many groups or how many policies you can create. These questions can be asked directly in the certification exam. So we
okay,
must be familiar with some of these, not all of these. We must be familiar with some of these,
okay,
okay, which are related to users, groups, and policies.
okay,
So these kind of restriction we have for all the services of AWS. We just for saw for IAM, same we have for other services. As we move ahead, we are going to see some other services of AWS. So we are going to talk about the service quotas more at that time. Okay.
okay,
Okay. So what we are going to do. We are going to create a group, and in that group we are going to add the users, and we are going to add the users who are identical. Like Dave and Bob are system administrators. Okay. So what we are doing, we are creating a group system admin. We are attaching a policy to the group system admin, and the users which belongs to that group will have access to that policy. Okay.
okay,
So let's go to the console. So what this group does, it basically solves the problem of user management. It makes the management of users easier.
yeah,
So we'll go to IAM, we'll click on services, and here we'll search for IAM.
mm-hmm.
Then we'll click on users,
Okay, users,
and we will add two users. So we'll click on add user,
okay,
and we will add user Dave and Bob. Now let's say you want to add multiple users together, multiple identical users together.
okay,
So here you can click on add another user, say Bob.
okay,
Access type will be management console access. Console password will set it to auto generated.
mm-hmm.
Require password as usual, we are going to set it up.
Mm-hmm.
We'll, check it, and then we'll click on next permissions.
Mm-hmm.
And here in set permission, you will find three options. So far, we used to go with the third option, which says attach existing policies directly.
Mm-hmm.
Now here in add user to group, so you'll be right now at your end, you will not be able to see any group because we don't have like when we create a fresh AWS account, we don't have any groups. So here we'll click on create group.
Okay,
So it is looking for a group name. So we'll create a group called sysadmin.
okay,
And then we have to attach a policy to the group.
okay,
So let's say AWS EC2 full access.
okay,
And create group. So we are creating a group called system admin, and we are attaching this policy to the
okay,
group.
great group,
And
okay,
we are adding the two users which we are creating to this system admin group,
okay,
and which has this policy attached on it. So
mm-hmm.
this is another way of uh, like attaching policy or managing access to a user, or granting access to a user.
Okay,
Next, add tags. Next, review
okay,
and create users. So the users have been created,
mm-hmm.
and if we go to groups, just quickly delete these groups. So you'll be able to see the group which you created, sysadmin. The
Okay.
same way you can create your own group. Like if you click here, create new group, group name, let's say admin. The policy which we want to attach, let's say EC to full access, and create group. Okay, so from here also we can create the group. Right now, while creating the user, we created the group.
Okay.
So if we click on this group, so you can see the group ARM.
Yeah.
So here you can see resource type is group and the resource name is system admin.
Yeah.
And here you can see two user belongs to this group
Yep.
and the creation time when the group was created. And
Yes.
here you can see the two users who belong to the group. Now
Mhm.
let's say we want to remove the user, so we can click on here. So the user will be removed. We can click here on add users to group, so we can add multiple more users to this group, but we can add only 10 users to this group, not more
Okay.
than 10. Right. Now if we go to permission, so we'll be able to see the permission of the policy which is attached to the user.
Yep.
And if we go to access advisor, so we are able to see uh, the access which the user has.
Okay.
And if we go to users, and if we go to that user, the one which we created, let's say Dave. So right now the user has one policy attached to it. That is because we enabled password reset. That's why this policy is attached to the user.
Yeah.
And one option that says attach from group, if we click here, so it has Amazon EC2 full access policy attached to it. And
Okay.
what that policy is doing, that policy is is granting full access to
Easy.
EC2 service. And how, from where it is coming? It is coming from this group, from group sysadmin.
Yeah. So it was grandfathered in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sorry.
No,
Yeah.
I said so it was grandfathered in.
Yes. It is coming from, yeah, exactly. It is coming from the group.
Yeah.
So right now we are logging in with the root account.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have any doubts or any question about groups?
No.
Okay, now let us talk about other uh, best practice, another best practice of AWS, which is creating IAM user for the account admin.
Okay.
Right now we are the account administrator and we used to log in using the email address and password which
Yeah.
we used to set up the AWS account using the root user credentials,
Okay.
right? Now AWS recommend that we don't use the root user credential to log into the AWS account. What AWS recommends us is we create an IAM user and we log in with that IAM user. So there is one IAM policy which is provided by AWS, which is administrative access.
Okay.
And this is an AWS managed policy. So what AWS recommends us is that we create an IAM user and we attach this policy to the IAM user. And what this policy has access, the policy has access to all the services and resources, the same access which the root user has.
Mm-hmm.
So if we go to the console, if we go to users.
Okay.
So what we can do is we can also create a group and we can add the user which we create inside that group. Let's say if we go to groups
Yeah.
and create new group,
Create new group.
let's say account admin,
Okay.
next step, and we are going to attach a policy of administrative access. Then next step, and create a group. So we are creating a group by this name and we are attaching this policy to the group.
Okay.
So the group has been created, account admin. If we click on that group, right now we don't have any user. If we go to permission, this is the policy which is attached to the group. Now if we go to users, now here we'll click on add user.
Okay.
So we are creating an account administrator.
Okay.
So let's say the username we are keeping as admin, or any name we can keep for the username. And access type we are going to provide management console access
Mm-hmm.
with console password auto generated and password reset.
Uh-huh.
And we will add this user to the group,
Add it to okay.
the one which we created and which has administrative access policy attached to it.
Okay.
Now the second way, if we go here,
Mm-hmm.
the permission type, you will see copy permission for from existing user.
Okay.
Now let's say we already have John and Harry who are the system admins.
Uh-huh.
And now let's say I want to add the user James. James is, let's say, a user in my organization who has recently joined, and I want user James to have the same access which user John has.
Mm-hmm.
So we can copy the permission from an existing user.
Okay.
So if we choose this user, so all the policies which user John has, the same policy the user which we are creating will have. Okay. Going back to what we were doing, so we are going to add this user, I am user, to this group, account admin.
Okay.
Then next, we will keep the tags as default and create user. So we created a user called admin and we added the group to the IAM group.
Okay.
And if you go to policies,
Uh-huh.
if we see this policy administrative access, if you see the description, it says provides full access to AWS services and resources.
Yeah.
The same access the root user credential grants us,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Now, if we see what is the difference between, then what is the difference between the root user and the IAM user with this access, right?
The difference between the IAM and the root user?
Yes, IAM user with admin access and a root user. What is the difference? What will be the difference actually?
Um, Nothing.
Yeah, so exactly, there will be nothing, no difference in
Okay.
terms of access, in
Okay.
terms of access to service and resources.
Okay.
But there is a difference, which is
What is the difference?
the root user can manage the billing,
Okay.
account settings.
Okay.
Let's say delete the account, deletion of the account.
Okay.
So these operations can be performed by the root user.
Okay.
Whereas the IAM user cannot perform these actions, billing, account settings, and deletion of the account.
Okay.
Only the root user can perform these actions.
Okay.
So that is basically the difference between an root user and IAM user with administrative access policy.
Yeah.
Right now we are logged in with the IAM user. If we click on here and if we click on billing dashboard, so it will redirect us to the billing dashboard.
Okay.
Where we'll be able to see the bill. Right now you have set up the AWS account. Just set up the AWS account, so you will not see any
Yeah. I just see
bills.
spend summary. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So it is recommended that we do not use the credentials, the root user credentials to log into the AWS account, even if we are the account admin.
Okay.
Only if we have to perform these things like the billing management, account settings,
Mhm.
or let's say if you want to close the account. So in that case, basically we will be logging in as the root user. For
Okay.
rest of the use cases, we'll be using IAM user with administrative access policy. Plus MFA must be enabled in this user
Okay.
because the user has full access to all the services, right?
Okay.
Just for security, MFA must be enabled.
Okay.
Okay, now let us talk about the third type of policy. Like
Mm-hmm.
we discussed about AWS managed policy, we discussed about customer managed policy. Now let us talk about
In line.
inline policies.
Okay.
So far, you have any doubts or any questions?
No.
Yeah, so inline policy. So we talked about AWS managed policy, customer managed policy. Now let's talk about inline policy.
Okay.
So inline policy is also a type of customer managed policy. It is a type of customer managed policy.
Okay.
I'm calling it as now as CMP, which means customer managed policy in short form. So it is a type of customer managed policy, but this policy can only be attached to a single user group or a role. Role we'll discuss later. So this policy is a type of in inline policy is a type of customer managed policy, which means we have to create this policy, and this policy can only be attached to a single user or to a group.
Okay.
Whereas customer managed policy we can attach to multiple users or multiple groups. But inline policy can only be attached to a single user or a group.
Okay.
And when the user or group is deleted, the policy also gets deleted.
Okay.
Yeah. The use case of this policy is, let's say you want to grant access to a user to a specific service in your AWS account. but you want to attach, I mean, the user belongs to a group and you
Okay.
want to grant access to only that user. So in that case, you can attach inline policy to that user.
Okay.
So if we go to the console, so as we discussed, we can create inline policy for a user group, and we can also create a inline policy for a role.
Oh,
Okay, role we are actually going to discuss later.
okay.
So let's say I want to create an inline policy for user John. So we'll click on that user,
Mm-hmm.
and here at the right side you will find add inline policy. If you remember, customer managed policy we used to create by going to policies and then we used to create the policy.
Mm-hmm.
But inline policy we have to create within from the user or the group.
Mm-hmm.
So here we click on add inline policy,
Mm-hmm.
and the same way we have to create the policy. The same way we created for the
Mm-hmm.
customer managed policy. The service which we want to grant access to, let's say we want to grant this user access to IAM service.
Okay.
Then what kind of action we want the user to perform? Let's say list. Let's say we want this user to list all the users and group in our account.
Okay.
Also, we want this user to create a user or to create a group in our AWS account. So here you can see create group
Uh-huh.
and create user, which is coming under write permission,
Okay.
right? Now, as this policy is dealing with users and groups, like listing users and groups,
Uh-huh.
so here you can find the resource. So we have to add a ARN here. Let's say we want to restrict the access to a specific resource. So in that case, we have to add a ARN. Like we want to grant access to a specific resource. Let's say there are 5 users, and we want the policy which is attached to this user. We want that user must be able to list the user and list the group.
Okay.
But which user and which group? That we can define. That we can restrict actually from resources.
Okay.
So we can set for specific resource. So if we set for a group, so we have to provide the resource ARN,
Okay.
or we can also provide for all resources. All resources mean the user will be able to see all the users, get the information, all the users and the groups in the account based
Okay.
on the policy which we are creating. Review policy,
Okay.
let's say my inline IAM policy and create policy. The policy has been created, and if you click here, so here you can see the policy has been created, and if you see here policy type, it is inline policy.
Okay. Okay.
Now if you go to policies, and if you
Uh-huh.
try to search here, let's say my inline policy, you will not be able to find that policy. That
Okay.
is because this policy cannot be attached to any other user or to a group. It can
Oh,
only be attached to, I mean, the one
to each
from
user.
where we have, yeah.
Okay.
So it is only attached to this user, John.
Okay.
And let's say when we delete this user, John, this policy which we created will also get deleted.
Okay. So if I delete this user, okay, I see.
Okay. So when we delete the user or when we delete the entity, we can say entity like the user group roles. These basically resources are called entities. IAM entities.
Okay.
Okay. So this policy, inline policy, can only be attached to a single user or to a group. It cannot be attached to multiple entities. It cannot be attached to multiple users or to multiple groups.
Okay.
So now we'll go to groups and we'll choose the group account admin. Let's say we want to create a policy for this group.
Okay.
And here at the end, you will be able to see inline policy. And here we can click on here and we can create a inline policy for the group as well. The same way we did for the user. Okay. So if we click here, so it will ask us to create the policy. Like effect, the service name which we want to grant access to.
Amazon EC2.
Yes, any service we can provide based on our use case. Action, let's say all action.
Okay.
ARN, we'll just set it to asterisk. And then we'll click on add statement. Next step. So this is how the policy is looking.
Okay.
And apply policy.
Okay.
Then you try to read this policy and tell me what this policy is doing.
Okay. Let me look at it. So policy.
Don't worry about this SID, that is just optional.
Okay. It's allowing access to all of EC2 policy, all of EC2 policy?
Exactly.
Okay.
And to all the resources.
And all the resources. Okay.
This asterisk basically all actions in EC2. It is granting access to perform all actions in EC2, like creating, deleting,
Okay.
and for all the resources which are
Okay.
inside EC2. And apply policy.
Okay.
So the policy has been created and it is attached to the group.
Attached to the admin.
Yes, account admin group.
Yeah.
And when we delete this policy, when we delete the group, the policy will also get deleted.
Yep.
But if we delete this policy, the group will not get deleted. Only the policy will get deleted.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so far any doubts or any questions?
No.
Okay. Now let us go to account settings. We'll find under identity providers account settings.
Okay.
And here you will find password policy.
Yep.
So we'll click on set password policy.
Okay.
And here basically we have to create a password policy, which is basically talking about making our password complex.
Okay.
So by default it is set to have 8 characters in the password.
Yeah.
So it is a best practice of AWS that we set it to at least 15 characters.
15?
15,
Okay.
15 on 5. Yeah. Then like require at least one uppercase, one lowercase, one number, one non-alphanumeric character. Okay, which is basically making our password complex.
Yeah.
Right. While the user, IAM user will set his password, the user has to meet these criteria. Like his password must have one uppercase, one lowercase, one number, and one special character.
Okay.
Then enable password expiration. So we are setting the password expiration to 90 days.
Okay.
Okay, which means after 90 days, automatically the user password will expire. And this is one of the best practice that we enable password expiration, which is also called password rotation.
Okay.
So after 90 days, automatically the user password will expire and the user will be asked to change his own password.
Okay.
Then we have the next option which says password expiration required administration reset, which means once the user password is required expired, if we enable this, so the account admin has to set the password of the IAM users.
Okay.
Now the next option is allow users to change their own password. So this option, if it is enabled, so the IAM user will be able to change their own password, or else the user will means the user will not be able to change their own password. They have to request the account administrator to
Send them a
change their password.
Okay.
Then this is another uh, good feature in terms of security, which is prevent password reuse. Okay, let's say we have set a password, let's say test123, and after my password is expired after 90 days, and let's say I'm setting the same password, let's say test123. Now
Mm-hmm.
this time, as if we have set, let's say remember 5 password, what it is going to do, it is going to give us an error. It will say that this password was earlier used. So we
Right.
cannot set the same password.
Right.
Yeah. So this is another best practice, that we set up the password reuse.
Yeah.
We set up the prevent password reuse actually. Yeah. And we click on save changes.
Okay.
So we have set a
Yeah.
password policy.
Okay.
Now here at the left side, you will find credential report. So we'll click on credential report
Okay.
and we'll click on download report.
Download report. Okay.
Okay, we'll open that file. It's just a CSV file.
Yep.
And here you can see the information of all the IAM users in your account.
Yep.
Like the number of users you have, the ARN of the users, when they were created, password enabled or not, password last used, which basically denotes when the user was last logged in, then password last changed, when the password was changed of the user, password rotation, whether MFA is enabled or not. So these information, this report is actually used for auditing purpose.
Okay.
To see
Yep.
how many users we have, whether they have password enabled or not, or whether they have MFA active or not. Okay. So these are basically used by security guys to validate our access, or we can say validate the users who are in our AWS account.
Okay.
Now, if we go to identity providers above account settings,
Mm-hmm.
so now let's say there is an organization and that organization has, let's say, 50,000 employees, and now they are like planning to use AWS.
Uh-huh.
Now they want to grant, let's say in their organization they have 10,000 users,
Mm-hmm.
and they want to grant those 10,000 users access to the AWS account.
Yeah.
Now let's say if we start adding the users to the AWS account, and let's say 10,000 users. Actually, we cannot add 10,000 users, and there is a limit of 5,000 users. So let's say even if we start adding 5,000 users, so it is going to take maybe I think a week or maybe like 15 days to do that from the console,
Hmm.
right? So what we can do is, have you heard about Active Directory?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me something about Active Directory?
It's like, well, I don't know, but I'm thinking like it's like a global directory where you can, where everybody.
Yeah, centralized user management. Actually, Active Directory is used for centralized user management.
Okay.
So all the users are actually created on a server, okay, and we basically authenticate with that server to log into our system. Like these days, companies are providing, like they are doing work from home, and they are
Yeah.
providing the laptop, company laptop.
Yeah.
And that laptop we have to log in with the username and password. Okay,
Yeah.
and that username is password is set from the Active Directory server. So with that credential, basically we log into our laptop, the company laptop actually.
Yeah.
So what we can do is we can create an identity provider. And what this identity provider will do, it will allow us to federate the users which are in our organization to our AWS account.
You said it's
What we
gonna
have,
allow us to do what?
it will allow us to do federation.
Federation.
Federation, it means, let's say you have 10,000 users in your organization, you
Hmm.
want to grant them access to your AWS account.
Okay.
So you can create an identity provider at AWS, and once it is established, the users in your on-prem or in your organization will be able to log into your AWS account.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here if we click on create provider,
Okay.
we have to choose a provider like SAML or OpenID Connect.
Hmm.
SAML stands for Security Assertion Markup Language,
Hmm.
and this is basically a document which is generated from the Active Directory server.
Okay.
So in our organization, first we have to generate the SAML document and we have to upload here. And once we do that, the connection will be established. And
Okay.
once the connection is established, all the users in the organization will be able to log into the AWS account.
Okay.
So we don't have to create IAM users in our AWS account. That is the advantage of using providers. But for that, we must have in our organization, we must have a Active Directory or any authentication server.
Okay.
Okay, authentication or we can say user management server like
Okay.
Active Directory. So right now we cannot do the hands-on because we need a active or we can say running Active Directory server.
Okay.
Okay, so far any doubts or any questions?
No.
Okay, based on the certification exam, we have completed almost 80% of things which are covered in IAM service.
Okay.
Okay, and we right now we are not going to talk about roles. Roles we are going to talk later when we will be familiar with 2 to 3 services of AWS.
Okay.
Okay, because it has relation with integration with actually 2 to 3 services of AWS.
Okay. So how is the test broken down? Like, is it broken down into these 5 services that we discussed earlier? Is it broken down easy?
No, 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 no. We have to go through almost 10 to 15 services of AWS.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So we have just done maybe 10% of what we have to complete. Yeah.
Okay.
Would you like to take a lunch break and we can continue after that?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we'll meet at 1 p.m. Okay, after 26 minutes, 25 minutes.
Okay, that's perfect.
All right, yeah, thanks.
Okay, see ya.
So all good? We can continue.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, you can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay, now let us talk about like when we started, we talked about like there are two ways to access the AWS account. One way is the AWS console. Another way is programmatic access, which can be done using the AWS CLI. So now we are going to see how we can interact with our AWS account using the CLI. Okay,
Okay,
so we'll click on add user. Username we'll set it to, let's say, CLI user.
okay,
Access type we'll set it to programmatic access. Next, permission. Now we'll go to the third option, and we are going to attach a policy to this to this user. So let's say administrative access. Okay, depending on our use case. So let's say administrative access.
okay, wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Can you go do that again? Okay, so, okay. Wait, where are you again? It says configure provider.
No, no, no.
Wait.
Create user, add user.
Okay, wait. Going back to I am.
Mhm.
Okay, so add user.
Username, let's say Dave. Oh, sorry, CLI user. And with programmatic access. And we'll go to the third option, which says attach existing policies directly.
I'm sorry, there was a delay on my end. Okay, username, what did you put again?
CLI user, we can keep any name of the user.
Oh.
And access type, programmatic access.
Okay,
Then
formatting
permissions,
next permissions. Okay.
administrative access, tags, review, and create user.
Okay.
Access key ID and secret access key. It has generated access key ID and secret access key. Okay, so like to log in from the console, we need a username and password. Now to log in through the CLI, we need access key and secret access key. So these are like username and password to log into your AWS CLI.
Yeah.
So first we are going to download the CSV file. We just downloaded it. And we'll open the terminal. Uh, if you are using Mac, so in Mac also you have a terminal, right?
Yeah. Well, I have just a laptop.
Yeah, that is fine.
Okay.
So we have to install the CLI in our terminal. CLI can be installed in Windows operating system, Linux operating system, and a Mac operating system. So almost all the operating system CLI can be installed. Now what we are going to do is we are going to install the AWS CLI. Right now you have the Mac operating systems. So we'll open a new tab, and here we'll type aws.amazon.com/CLI.
Okay.
aws.amazon.com/CLI. And here you will find at the right side Windows operating system, installation of CLI on Windows operating system, Mac operating system, and Linux operating system. So as your operating system is Mac, so we'll click here, Mac OS package.
Okay.
Yeah, once the AWS CLI is installed, you will be able to run this command in your terminal.
Okay.
Once you run this command, you will be able to see that AWS CLI is installed. This command basically, the output of this command basically verifies that AWS CLI is installed in our machine.
Okay. Oh, Python. Run it.
Now we have to authenticate to the AWS account. So the way we authenticate right now to our AWS account is through the way we log into our AWS account so far is by providing the username and password, right? But that is for the console. Now, if you want to log into your AWS account through the CLI, so you have to run this command,
Okay.
AWS configure.
Okay. So, okay, so you'll share this with me and then I'll figure it out for class tomorrow, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
If you face any issues, we can again look into it tomorrow. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So we'll copy the access key ID and we will paste it here, and then the secret access key. And the region is optional, so we'll hit enter.
Okay.
Output is also option, so we'll hit enter. Now we go to IAM. Also these credentials are generated only once. The secret key is only generated once. It is like a kind of password, and it is only generated once.
Okay.
Okay. And once it is generated, we cannot reset it, or we cannot recover it, or we cannot retrieve it.
Okay.
So it is recommended that we download it in the form of a CSV file.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, but I'm confused as to what this CLI user thing is. What is this supposed to do?
Interact with the AWS CLI. We are configuring the credential of the CLI user to interact with the AWS account using the CLI.
Okay.
Yeah. Now we can interact with any service of the AWS. We are
Okay.
going to use this command AWS and the service name, which is IAM, and the operation which we want to perform. Let's say I want to list all the users which are in my account. I can list user.
Okay. Okay.
Or list users. So we'll be able to see all the users which are in the account. Here you can see username admin,
Uh-huh.
Bob,
Yeah.
CLI user,
Dave.
Dave, Harry.
Okay.
Now let's say you want to create a user. So AWS is the command and the service you want to interact with. In the operation which you want to perform. Let's say you want to create a user. So create user, username, let's say James. Oops. So the user has been created. Now in the console, if I hit refresh, the user has been created.
Okay. Got it.
So all the operations which you can perform using the console, we can perform using the CLI.
Okay.
So CLI is basically used for automation purposes. Okay, automation purposes. Let's say you want to integrate your application with the AWS account. Okay, your website with the AWS account. In that case, also we use these keys to set up the authentication to our AWS account.
Okay.
Okay, now let's say you want to know what are the commands which you can use. Okay, with this service, let's say IAM. So we can go to the official documentation of AWS command line reference. To this site, docs.aws.amazon.com/CLI,
Mm-hmm.
and here you will find command line reference. So
Yeah.
here first you will find all the services which AWS has. So
Okay.
let's say you want to create a IAM user, or let's say you want to create a IAM group. So here first you have to choose the service. So let's say IAM. Now the operation which you want to perform in IAM, like add user to group, attach group policy, attach user policy, change
Oh,
password, create group.
okay.
So you don't have to actually cramp any command. Everything is available in the documentation itself. Let's say create group.
Okay. Pretty good.
You will also find the synopsis of the command, like what options which you can use with the command.
Okay.
Plus, you'll also get an example.
Okay.
So everything is available in the documentation itself. So we don't have to cramp any command or any thing around it.
Okay.
I'm sharing the link with you on the chat.
Okay.
So you can save that link.
Oh, here it is.
So
Okay.
any operation which we perform using the console, we can perform using the CLI. And actually there are some more operations which we can perform using the CLI, which we cannot perform from the console. As we move ahead, we are going to see what are those operations which we can only perform using the CLI, not from the console.
Okay. My goodness, this is a lot.
Yeah, so any operation, let's say you want to create a group. So if we go to the documentation, any operation you want to perform, we can even create a policy also from the CLI.
Okay.
Let's say we create group and the command. Command also we are getting as an example.
Okay.
By this command, we can create a group called admin.
Okay.
The group has been created.
Okay.
And if we go to the console, go to users, oh sorry, groups. The group has been created called admins, okay, which is just created now,
Okay.
13:31. Okay, so far, do you have any doubts or a question about IAM?
No, but no, not right now.
Okay, so now we will start with EC2 service of AWS. So based on the certification exam, we have gone almost, I would say, 90% of things uh, which are in the certification exam.
EC2?
In IAM, I mean.
Okay.
Now we are going to start with EC2 service of AWS.
Okay.
Okay, do you have any idea about EC2?
Not really, no.
Okay.
Well, EC2 is a server. I mean, right? It's the virtual servers. That I mean, it's a way to connect to virtual servers, right?
Uh, yes. Yes.
Okay.
So if we go to EC2, so EC2 basically, first let us talk about some theory. So EC2 stands for Elastic Compute Cloud.
Okay. Yeah.
And this service of AWS is also called backbone of AWS.
Okay.
So EC2 is a service which is called the backbone of AWS. So this is one of the core service of AWS. So in EC2 basically we deploy servers. Okay? We deploy servers. And we call these servers in EC2 as instances.
Okay.
So we call the server in AWS as an instance.
Okay.
Okay? So if we go to the console,
Mm-hmm.
if you go to EC2 dashboard, so
Yeah.
here you will find an option of launch instance.
Okay.
So we'll click on launch instance.
Launch instance.
So at first it will ask you to choose an operating system. Do you know about virtual machines?
Do I know about what machines?
Virtual machine.
Virtual machine. No, I mean, but I've seen these terminologies before. I just don't know what they do.
Okay, okay, no problem. Okay, so we will click, so we'll start with, we'll click on launch instance, and first it is looking for an AMI. Okay, like here it is asking us to choose an AMI, right?
Okay.
Okay, so do you know what is an AMI?
Amazon,
AMI is basically,
Amazon machine image.
yeah, Amazon machine image, which is also called operating system image. Okay, do you know what is operating system image?
No.
Okay, so operating system image is basically, let's say you have a laptop and you want to install operating system in that laptop. Have you installed operating system ever?
Yeah, I have. Like whatever every so often I get like an update.
No, that is operating system update. That is not installing the operating system.
Okay.
Okay, so when we install the operating system, we have to first we need the operating system, and then we have to install the drivers in that operating system. And if it is a Windows operating system, then we have to also do the licensing, right?
Yeah, okay.
But here in the cloud, when we are using AMI, so we don't have to do the installation, we don't have to set up the license or other things. What we are doing, we are just using an operating system through which we deploy the instance.
Okay.
So if you scroll down here, you will find Windows Server 2019 base. So we click on select.
Okay.
Then it is asking for instance type. So first what we did, we chose the operating system. We chose the operating system as Windows Server operating system. And if you go here, so it is looking for an instance type.
Okay.
So here in instance type, you'll be able to see different types of instances. Instance types, which are also called hardware templates. If
Okay.
you see here, T2.micro or T2.nano, it has one core CPU and 0.5 gigabyte of RAM. Okay, which is almost 500 megabytes of RAM. Do you know what is a RAM?
It's how much storage you have on your hardware, right?
Not storage, RAM.
Oh no, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, RAM is just a memory. Whenever basically operating system boots up or when the operating system is running, so all the application basically runs in RAM.
Okay.
Okay, right now as we are connected on Zoom, the browser is open, so all these things are actually running in our RAM.
Okay.
Okay, whereas this Chrome and Zoom actually they are, installed. Their files are installed in our hard disk, okay? But actually they run in our RAM. The execution basically happens in RAM.
Okay.
So here we have different types of hardware templates like 2-core CPU, 4 gigabyte of RAM. Now depending on our use case, we have to choose a hardware template.
Okay.
Like 4-core CPU, 16 gigabytes of RAM, 8-core CPU, 32 gigabytes of RAM. Okay, it completely depends upon our use case, what we have to do, what application we want to run.
Mhm.
So we are going to go with T2.micro because T2.micro basically comes at the free tier plan of AWS.
Okay.
And we'll click on next configure instance details. And for now, we are going to skip this part. Okay, as we move ahead, we are going to talk about each of these components. For
Mhm.
now, we are going to skip this part. Then we have to attach storage to our instance.
Okay.
So like 30 gigabytes of storage. If we want, we can increase also the storage
Mhm.
based on our needs. Actually, all these things which we are configuring depends on what we have to do inside the server.
Mhm.
Then next add tags. For now, we will skip this tags. Then we have security groups. Do you know what is the firewall?
Yeah, it's your protection. It protects against like um
Mhm.
malware and stuff, viruses, right?
Mm,
Or from someone accessing your IP address.
okay.
No, that's not right.
Yeah, actually, you're right. It is for protection. It basically protects our server or our instance from yeah, different kind of attacks. Okay,
Uh-huh.
so we have to, yeah, so here in AWS we call firewall as a security group.
Okay.
Okay, we call firewall as a
Security.
security, and firewall basically deals with inbound and outbound routes. Okay, what are inbound and outbound routes?
Well, you said inbound and outbound rules.
Yes.
Uh, I don't know.
Okay, so let's say we deploy a server. So for protection of that server, we have a security group, and security group basically acts as a firewall. In AWS, we call this firewall as security group. And what does security group does? The same thing which firewall does, the same thing security group does, which is managing
Okay.
the incoming and outgoing traffic. Managing the incoming and outgoing traffic. Do you know how we can connect to a remote machine, server which is located in a remote location?
Uh,
Let's say you have a server hosted on Australia and you want to connect to it. How you can connect to it?
mhm. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so we'll be connecting to it over the internet through. Uh, we will log into those servers remotely. So let's say if it is a Windows operating system, like in cloud, we don't have Mac operating system. We only have Windows or Linux operating systems. So if it is a Windows operating system, so in Windows we have RDP. And what is RDP? RDP basically stands for Remote Desktop Protocol, okay, which is used to connect to a server remotely. And in Linux we have SSH.
Okay.
Okay, RDP is just a protocol. It is, you can say it is just a software like Zoom.
Okay.
Okay, like if you want to connect on Zoom, so you have to provide your like meeting ID and password, right?
Yeah.
The same way, if you want to connect to a Windows server which is hosted remotely, let's say in some other geographic locations, we have to just provide the server IP address, server username and password to connect to it. Okay,
Okay.
and it will open a graphical user interface, a monitor in the Windows server located in a geographic location, a different geographic location.
Okay.
And same is for Linux. But in Linux, we use SSH protocol.
Okay.
And are you familiar with Linux operating system? What is Linux and all those things?
Uh, no, but I feel like I've used an SSH before.
So in Linux, basically, the basic Linux operating system are more command line based operating systems. Okay, command line based, it means you have to interact with that operating system using the CLI. Okay, not with the AWS CLI. I mean, let's say in Mac we have terminal, right?
Mm-hmm.
The same terminal we have in Linux. And using that terminal, basically we manage the whole Linux server.
Mm-hmm.
Now to connect to a Linux server, we use SSH protocol. And with SSH, we get the command line access to the Linux server.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And do you know about ports? PORT, port.
Codes.
Port,
Oh,
port.
ports. Oh, um, yeah, no, I don't really know what that means, what they do.
So Windows, I mean RDP works on port 3389. So
Hmm.
port is basically, you can say, a rule. Okay, port basically has set of rules. Okay, and any service on a server basically runs on a port.
Hmm.
Okay, like in Windows, RDP works on port number 3389.
Hmm.
Similarly, in Linux, it works on port 22.
Hmm.
Now, let's say you want to log into this server using RDP. So you have to make sure in security group, the security group which is attached to the instance, you have to make sure port 3389 is open in the security group.
Hmm.
Let's say this is our Windows server, and the user is trying to connect to the server using RDP. Okay, so we have to make sure. So the user is trying to connect. So the user is making an incoming request, right? Incoming request on the server,
Okay.
right? That falls under incoming request. So in security group, we have to make sure that port 3389 is open in security group.
Hmm.
Okay, if it is open, then we will be able to connect to the Windows server machine, or else we will not be able to connect to it. So basically, firewall, or we can say security group, blocks the connection to our instance. Okay, so we have to just open those ports which are required,
Okay.
okay, which are required for us to connect or required to host the application.
Okay.
So here on the console, we are going to create a new security group,
Yeah.
and here in security group you are able to see a inbound rule.
Okay.
Type is set to RTP, the protocol is TCP, and the port is 3389, and source is set to custom, and in custom you are able to see an IP address.
Okay.
So we'll click on review and launch and launch. So while launching the instance, it is asking us to create a key pair,
Hmm.
and with this key pair we are going to log into the server.
Okay.
This key pair basically will have our password.
Okay.
We have downloaded the key pair and launch instance. Then we will click on view instances. This is the instance which we just launched.
Okay.
It is the Windows operating system. It will take like 4 to 5 minutes to boot up.
Okay.
If you see the instance state, now it is set to running.
Okay. It's running.
Once it is in running state, right now we have deployed the server in Virginia region. Okay. So while we are interacting with EC2 service, so first what we have to do is we have to choose a region.
Okay.
Okay. By default, our region was set to Virginia because actually that is the default region.
Uh-huh.
Now, based on our needs or based on where our customers are located, we have to choose a region where we are going to deploy the server. Okay, let's say all my customers or my company is located in Virginia. So we are going to deploy the server in Virginia region.
Okay. I
Now
only
let's say
I only see your Creative Cloud right now.
sorry.
And so I can't see your screen. Oh yeah. Oh, there you are. Okay, never mind. I found it.
Yeah, so here you can see the regions. So right now we are creating the instance, the server in Virginia region. Now based on our customer needs or based on where our customers are located or based on where the company is located, we have to first choose the region. And in that region, basically we are going to deploy the server, right? So let's say if they are located in Africa, so we are going to choose this region, which is located in Cape Town. If they are located in Canada, so we have this region, Canada Central. They are
Okay.
located in Japan, Tokyo, in Australia, Sydney, Singapore, Seoul, Mumbai, Hong Kong. You can see almost all the geographic locations. AWS has a data center where we can deploy server.
Okay.
So now let us see how we can connect to this server. So we'll click on here,
Uh-huh.
then we'll click on connect, then we'll click on RDP client, then we'll click on download remote desktop file,
Okay.
and we'll double click on the file which is downloaded. Are you able to double click on it?
No, I'm watching you. I got lost somewhere. So I'm watching yours.
Oh, I see. So once you double click on it, it will ask you to accept the certificate
Uh-huh.
and it will ask you for a password. So if
Okay.
you remember while we were launching the instance at the end, we created a key
Yeah, I
and
just
you using that key, basically we will be able to generate the password. So here you will be able to see an option of get password. We'll click on get password and it will ask us to browse the key pair.
okay.
So we'll click on this browse and we'll choose the file which we created, the key file, which was coding bootcamp, and we'll open this file.
Mm-hmm.
Then we'll click on decrypt password. So this is the password through which we can log into the instance. Here we will provide that password. And now we are connecting to the server which we launched.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll close this and I'll open a new session because it is showing a small screen. Have you ever used this? Have you ever connected to a remote server before?
Yeah, I've used a remote server. I don't know the name of it, but yeah, I've used it before.
It is like connecting
Remote
to,
desktop client. Yeah. I mean, they're all different names, right? But I've
yeah,
used the
yeah,
remote desktop client.
yeah. Remote desktop client. I think it is remote desktop connection. Actually, it is in Windows operating system.
Okay.
So we'll edit this connection and we'll provide the server IP address. How to get the server IP? If you click on the instance, here at details you will be able to see the server public IP.
Uh-huh.
Do you have any idea about what is a public IP or private IP?
Yes. A
Mhm.
public IP is uh is a email address, or I mean, not a, yeah, web link that's open, but a private one is secure. Like so, HTTPS versus HTTP. No.
Okay, so public IP is basically IP address which is routable over the internet.
Okay.
Okay, routable over the internet. It means if this IP address is will be accessible over the globe. Anyone who is connected to the internet will be able to connect to this IP address.
Okay.
Whereas private IP is only isolated to a specific network. Right now, our instance has a public IP and private IP. We are going to talk more in depth about networking when we are going to talk about VPC service of AWS.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to copy the IP.
Mm-hmm.
Server IP and the server IP is type 3.80.147.215. Okay, so now we are connected to the Windows server, the server which we deployed on in AWS. And the
Okay.
server is running in Virginia region. And we are connected to that server remotely.
Okay.
So now just by setting in home, I'm able to connect to a server which is deployed in an AWS data center.
Okay.
Now, if you remember while we were launching the instance, so we chose T2.micro as the instance type. So
Yeah.
T2.micro means in T2.micro there are 1 core CPU and 1 GB of RAM. If we search here for task manager, go to performance. Here you are able to see one virtual core virtual processor and around 1 GB of RAM.
Okay.
And if you remember while we were launching the instance, so we kept the storage as 30 gigabytes, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we click on this PC, we can see the C drive, which is around almost around 30 gigabytes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So any operation which we can perform, let's say in our laptop or in our desktop, the same operations we can perform here as well. Now let us see how we can set up a web server in this instance. Okay. What if we talk about uh, like the job, I mean, after doing this training, the jobs which we are going to apply in AWS, let's say as a solution architect.
Mm-hmm.
So the job of a solution architect is not to set up a server.
Mm-hmm.
Our task is just to deploy the servers. And logging into the server, this thing is basically taken care by the server admin. Okay, server admin or the system administrator.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what is our task? Our task is just to deploy the servers.
Okay. Just to deploy
Just,
this. Okay.
yeah, just to understand all these things, basically we are seeing how we can deploy a web server, or I mean how we can install a web server in Windows Server operating system. So we'll click on Server Manager. And in Windows operating system, we have IIS server, right?
Okay.
Now we'll click on Add Roles and Features. It actually takes some time to set up. You have to wait like for 15-20 seconds. And then we'll click on Add Roles and Features. And then we'll click on Next. For the next couple of steps, you have to just click on Next, Next, Next. And here we'll go with Web Server IIS. And then Next, 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 and Install. Okay, the part which right now we are doing is done by the server administrator or a system admin. Okay, just to understand how things work in EC2, that's why we are doing this.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So once it is installed, then we'll be able to access the web server, which is configured inside this server which we deployed. We'll be able to access that server using the public IP, the IP which is routable over the
Mm-hmm.
internet. So we'll paste the IP here and we'll try to access it. So right now we are not able to access it. Can you tell me why we are not able to access it?
Wait a minute. We're not able to access.
The web server which we have configured inside the Windows instance.
I'm not sure.
That is because security group is blocking the access.
Oh,
Because when we are trying to access it, so this is
okay.
an incoming request, right?
Okay.
So if we go to
So
instances,
the firewall is stopping it?
yes, you
Okay.
have to choose the instance. Then here in details, you will be able to, if you click on security, so we'll find a security group. So we'll click on the security group, which is attached to the instance. Then here in inbound rules, we'll click on edit rules. And here we'll add a rule of HTTP.
Okay.
Source will set it to anywhere and then save rules. And once we do that, we will be able to access the server.
Okay.
Okay, we are able to see the website, the default page of IAS web server.
Okay.
Okay, so because of the security group, we were not able to access it.
Okay.
Okay, so this is one of the question which is asked in the certification exam. Like the user has set up a web server, and when the user is trying to access the web server by the public IP of the instance, so the user is not able to access it. So what can be the reason? So the reason is the
Because the
security
firewall
group.
was blocking it.
Yeah, the security group. Actually, in cloud we call it as a security group. It
Okay.
is just a terminology. But we
Okay.
call server as an instance in AWS. Okay. Similarly, we call firewall as security group in AWS.
Okay.
I think we have today we have session of 6 hours, right?
Yeah, we can, I mean, yeah, we're from 8:30 to 2:30.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What's tomorrow? Same thing?
Tomorrow also same time.
Okay.
Okay, so we have our web server up and running. Now let us talk about how we can scale up this server. Scale up this server, I mean in terms of resources. Right now the server has T2.micro instance type, which has 1 core CPU and 1 GB of RAM, right? Now let's say you want to scale up the resources. What do you mean by scale up? What does scale up means?
It
So
means
scale
that
up it means. Mhm.
it means that you are adding more servers.
No, more compute resources like more RAM or more CPU resources.
Okay.
Okay, right now the server has 1 core CPU and 1 GB of RAM, right?
Uh-huh.
So if we stop this server, we click on actions, then instance state, and stop instance. We go to actions,
Uh-huh.
then instance state, and then stop instance. So
Okay.
here you will find all the operations which you can perform with your instance.
Okay.
Like if you see your laptop, like what are the operations you can perform in your laptop? You can shut it down, you can reboot, okay, restart it, right? You
Uh-huh.
can start it when you want. The same operations we can perform with our server.
Okay.
So once it is stopped, then we'll click on actions, and here you will find an option of like instance settings, and you will find an option of change instance type. Right now the instance type is T2.micro, which has 1 core CPU and 1 GB of RAM.
Okay.
Now, based on your needs, now let's say you need more CPU, you need more resources, right?
Hmm.
So in that case, we can change the instance type. Let's say to t2.small. And now let's say you are not aware about how many resources we have in t2.small.
Yeah.
So what we can do is, at the left side, you will find instance type. So if we click on instance type,
Hmm.
so we'll be able to see the different type of instance types. So right now we were using T2.micro, which has one core CPU and
Hmm.
1 GB of RAM.
Okay. That's only 1 GB?
And we have T2.small, which has one core CPU and 2 GB of RAM. Okay, now let's say we want to increase the resources. So we can choose any of these instance type based on our needs.
Yeah.
So right now our server had T2.micro configuration. Now let us change the configuration of the server. Okay, just to explain you, I am doing this. Okay, you don't have to do this. I mean, in real life you have to do this, but in terms of the training, don't do that because it will start charging you some price, some hourly rate.
Okay.
Okay, we'll see what will be the hourly rate of running these instances. As long as we use the T2.micro, we are not going to charge anything.
Okay.
So we have changed it to T2.small, and now we will start the instance. Instance state and start instance. So the instance is a running chain and it has
Hmm.
the instance template is set to t2.small, which has one core CPU and 2 GB of RAM. Okay.
Okay.
So after launching the instance, we can scale up the resources of the server, like in terms of CPU, in terms of memory.
Hmm.
Now let's say you want to increase the storage of the instance.
Hmm.
Okay, the disk space. Right now we saw how we can increase the uh, how we can increase the RAM and CPU.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's say the same thing you have to do for your storage. You want to increase the storage of the server.
Hmm.
So if you go to the storage section of the instance,
Hmm.
we'll be able to see the volume, the storage, which is the disk which is attached to the instance. So if you click on this disk,
Hmm.
by default the size is set to 30 gigabytes.
Hmm.
I will click on actions, modify volume. Now let's say we'll set it to, based on our need, let's say I want to increase it to 50 gigabytes
Hmm.
and modify. So it is modified. So here we don't have to stop the instance. On the fly, it will get updated.
Okay.
Okay, so we have like 13 minutes left. So, uh, like rather than starting anything new, I would like, if you have any doubts or any questions so far throughout this session, feel free to ask.
I'm sorry?
I mean, we can have a doubt session, a discussion session for the last like 13-15 minutes which we have, 10 to 13 minutes which we have.
Um, honestly, I would like to uh, um, redo the
Yeah, actually, I would also recommend you to redo all these things which we have done so far, because theory is good. I don't think we have discussed much theory. We are doing all hands-on. Okay,
okay,
so it is important that you have to go through all the hands-on actually.
okay. But I don't have any questions right this second. I'm gonna try to go over what we discussed today, and I got to figure out how to download the things so that my terminal works for the
Yeah,
CLI,
yeah.
the AWS CLI. Maybe we
Yeah,
could.
can you share your screen? Maybe I can help you out now.
Okay. So you have to unshare yours, right?
Yeah, I have already shared mine.
Okay. Okay. So share.
Yeah, I'm going to request you for a remote control.
Okay. Approve. Okay. But it says would like to control the computer. Open. So you're controlling it now, right?
No, I'm not able to do anything. Actually, I think, yeah, you have to allow Zoom.us for the
Okay.
control your computer. Yeah.
Okay. All right. But you can see what I'm doing?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So allow the apps below to control your computer. So Zoom,
Click on advanced.
huh?
Advanced at the right bottom.
Oh, this one.
No.
Oh, advanced. Okay.
No.
So are you able to control it now?
No. Okay, do one thing. Go to the official site of AWS. Go to aws.amazon.com/CLI.
Okay. I'm just gonna close all this.
Yes.
All right. You can see my other screen.
I can see your desktop screen. Yeah. I
A-
cannot see your browser if you have opened it.
So you want me to go to the AWS console?
Yes. But I cannot see your browser.
Oh,
You have to share your whole screen.
oh, you see that now?
Uh, yeah, I can see it now.
Okay, so I'm at the console.
Okay.
I need to log back in.
Mhm.
Okay. Where do you want me to go?
And okay, no. Go to aws.com/CLI.
Okay. Oh, all right.
I think the left one. Left to left.
Left, this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Click on Mac OS PKG installer. The second one.
This one?
Yes. Okay, open it. Double click on it.
Okay, so it's over here. Hold on, because it goes to my other screen. I have two computer
You
screens.
have to share your whole screen the same way I was doing.
I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, click on continue. Now I can see now. Click on
Oh,
continue.
continue.
Yes.
Continue.
You click on continue.
Okay. Continue.
Yes.
Install. Move to trash. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Now
Then I'm not able to see your screen.
you're not able to see it.
Yes, I'm not able to see it.
What? What about now?
I'm able to see your Chrome browser, but I'm not able to see what you are doing.
Oh, I'm not doing anything.
Oh,
Can you see this?
yes, I can see that.
Okay, so now where do I go?
Go to terminal.
Terminal. Okay.
Open it. And search AWS space version.
So AWS base.
Version.
That's what you said.
No, 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 space. Just
Uh-huh.
run AWS. Just run AWS command. Just hit enter.
I just pressed enter.
Yeah, wait.
So
Yeah, AWS CLI is now installed in your machine.
it is now.
Yes. Now
Okay.
you can run that command AWS configure and pass your access keys, secret access key and secret access key.
Create access.
I mean access key and secret access key or secret access key and
I
access
can't hear.
key.
I can't hear you.
I mean your access keys, secret access key and access key which we generated.
You need my access key.
No, I don't need your access keys. You have to provide it your CLI.
I have to provide my CLI from the
Yes.
access. Oh,
Yes.
okay. Wait a minute. From what we created earlier.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Go to IAM. Not to use go to IAM.
Okay.
Go to user. Go to the CLI user. Go to security credential, the phone tab. Click on create access keys.
Okay.
Copy the access key and secret access key. Copy the access key first.
Oh,
Or download it in the form of CSV file.
okay. I copied it.
Okay, open your terminal.
Paste it.
No, run AWS space configure command.
AWS space configure
Yes.
terminal.
Hit enter
Oh,
and paste it here.
okay.
Hit enter and paste your secret access key.
Okay.
Hit enter. Hit enter. Hit enter. Now run AWS IAM list users. IAM
Oh, I am list users.
list hyphen users
List.
hyphen users. Yeah, so you can see all the users in your account.
Yeah.
That confirms that AWS CLI is working.
Okay. Now what?
Now you can go to the CLI reference on the documentation and you can play around like create user, create group, anything which you want to do.
Okay. So, okay. So I guess we'll continue this tomorrow then.
Yeah, we'll continue with EC2. Today we saw Windows Server. Tomorrow we'll start with Linux Server and we are going to explore other components of EC2.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah, do you have any feedback? Any feedback in terms of, I mean, like, was the session very fast or slow or anything like that? Because the same pace we are going to keep in other days as well.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Well, yeah, I don't have anything else right now. It's a lot to digest.
Okay, no problem. Sounds good.
I'll talk to you tomorrow then.
All right, thanks. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Have a nice day.
Bye.